Good evening, everybody. Man, what a call earlier when it came to this West Memphis 3. I want to say thank you, everybody, for your links and your information that you sent me. Got a whole lot of stuff. Even looked up a couple things myself. I appreciate all the links, everybody. If you can do me a favor, I am not really able to watch a lot of the stuff beyond the show. So if they are videos where they're like longer than a half hour, if you can do me a favor and give me a timestamp with those links, and then let me know like what specific parts of the video you're wanting me to check out, and then we can get right to those parts. But I do want to say thank you to everybody who sent me the information. I really appreciate it. A lot of information, a lot of stuff to watch, that's for sure. I want to say I ended the show, the outro earlier this morning, afternoon. I apologize. I missed a membership and a super chat, so I wanted to say thank you to SM for your super chat. Thank you again. Thanked you at the outro, but I'm going to thank you in this intro. Thank you for that. And Devil Doll, thank you for your membership. I appreciate that. Definitely got some interesting stuff to go over tonight. Also, there was something that somebody sent me on Twitter, and I want to run it across you guys and see what you think about it. It's supposed to be happening in 2 hours and 15 minutes, a live or something like that. But if you have Twitter, I will put out the link so you can check it out while I say hello to everybody. If you want to check it out early, what's coming up in 2 hours and 15 minutes, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Have to check it out first, of course. But it's some really crazy stuff. So I'll go ahead and put that out in chat, and then I will say hello to everybody. Give me 1 second. Let's see here. All right, if you have Twitter, check this out and check this page out, especially their post today. Let me know what you think. All right, we're going to say what's up to everybody. Thank you, everybody, for hopping in. We're going to be going through a case I didn't even know about until we had a call from Pagan earlier today. I made a highlight about it. I'll go ahead and share that with you guys too in chat while I kind of explain kind of what's going on. So Pagan hopped up and well, actually she called and wanted to talk about how there's this West Memphis 3 case and how it was crazy similar to the Idaho 4 case. And as I was sitting back listening to everything that she was talking about, it just blew my mind. And so I was like, you know what? I definitely need to look into this. In fact, I played a little intro to kind of like a background of what the case is at the end of the show earlier. And I'm going to be replaying that when we start to watch all this stuff. But we're going to be kind of going into it and kind of, yes, Jennifer sent me a great email, kind of an outline of the similarities and such, things that took place in that case. Thank you for that. And that'll be, and we're going to be watching some stuff, and it's going to kind of explain to you. We're going to get into this case and kind of talk about it. And explore the similarities between the two. So it's definitely going to be interesting. I want to say thank you to everybody for that. Thank you for your information as well, Jennifer. Um, I understand. If you don't want to come on panel, totally understand. Um, Honestly, as long as you, and I can tell you, because a lot of people, but the first time they ever hop up on panel, hell, me, before I even did my show, I never even hopped on a panel before. So I totally, and even when I get on my friends' streams, I do get nervous. So I totally understand it. Um, but the thing is, with this StreamYard, just like everybody else, they can tell you, just like me, uh, you throw in some earbuds and hop on, and it's with your phone. It's just like, or whatever device. Computer's the best, but a phone, and it's like you're chatting with friends. It's kind of interesting before and after your first StreamYard. So totally understand if but if you are or ever want to try it or get comfortable, just let me know. And I'll go ahead and send you a link, because I'm telling you, when I was going through your emails, I was like, holy crap. Jennifer knows a lot. So I would love, anytime you do feel comfortable, I would love to be able uh, to allow you to share your mental with the show, because wow, I was blown away with the emails as well. So there you are. There's Jennifer. I sent you an email. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. If you already found, no, it was all a help. Trust me. If you're ever comfy, you're more than welcome. Or you can even call in too. The only thing is when you do calls, I can't screen share, uh, videos and stuff. That's all. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you so much for the super chat. Keep up the great work. Glad you were talking about the West Memphis 3 case. More people should know about it. I appreciate that. Speaking of cases that don't get a lot of chat, we're going to be doing Flora next Thursday. We'll be doing Flora next Thursday. And thank you for that super chat. What's up, Kip Kitty? What's up, Bonnie? CJ's. We literally just. I'm telling you, I was blown away by it. I was like, yeah, we got to talk about this. And I don't even think it's going to be one show, because listen, when we're dealing with these cases, there's a lot of stuff to it. Especially the dude was convicted for death row. Like, it went as far as being convicted with death row, like it went that far. And I have one of these videos that has Johnny Depp talking about it with Damien on a local, I think it's local TV, something like that. Wow, bravo to these artists too. You know what I mean? Bravo to them, because I'm sure that had a huge push too. If anybody knows every single artist that participated in this, I'm going to put out, hell, let me know. I'll make a special thank you screen to all of them artists and put it in with the show too, because it's a team effort. The people, the professionals that could do the scientific work. You had people with the financial opportunities and the passion. The people that just probably donated, the people that donated their time to this cause. Like, it's definitely a team effort, and definitely want to celebrate everybody, because to be able to do that, I mean, bravo, especially with how wrongful this was. What's up, Lou? Oh, thank you. Slim Skittles. What's up, Kelly? This case is wild. Oh yeah, here, let me put the link to the memberships and let me pin it real quick. because here, I forgot to pin it. Give me 1 second. I'm going to put it in chat and then I'll pin it. All right, there we go. Thank you so much for becoming a member. There's Pagan. What's up? Oh, I didn't know you had ways after. I'm going to update your name on the highlight. And thank you again. What's up, Kendra? Unravel. Thank you so much. I plan on, if you're not busy Sundays, Sunday morning. What's up, Mystic? Sunday morning through early afternoon, I'm planning on going through that full grub truck. With. Let me know if you're not busy. If you're not busy and would like to help, I would like to have one person that would have the chat feed up while we have a full screen. And I'm going to have it, both of them, but I can only play one. But or anybody, I'm wondering if somebody can have another device where they can have the feed up with the Twitch feed so they can read the messages. And then, kind of like, I'm focusing on the large screen. Man, you know what? I don't know. I got to think of a way, because then what if everybody in the show wants to see the Twitch chat too? I just don't want to. It's going to be the first time where I'm watching the whole thing, and it's already going to take like crazy long. But I don't want to miss anything, like visual wise. With the full, I don't know. I got to think about it. I wish I had two. What's up, Tree Baby Tennessee? Thank you for hopping in. Cyber Speed. There's Pam. Judy. Ooh, this coffee's hot. Yes, thank you for bringing the case to my attention, seriously. It's definitely very interesting, and thank you all. What's up, Peaches? Thank you all for your information that you sent me too. I mean, it is so much, for real. What's up, Jojo? Thank you. And we're going to have some updates with the Idaho stuff as we're kind of going in, to this topic tonight too. What's up, Tammy? Gypsy Rose, legendary CEO, Phantom. Missed you, buddy. Glad you're back. What's up, Shine Like a Diamond? Oh, I hope you get to feeling better. Natalie B. So how many of you heard of the West Memphis 3? Because I did not. I did not. There's SM. Thank you for your super chat last show. Appreciate you. Oh, well, thank you so much. We're going to end the show tonight with a couple games of Deal or No Deal. So, Canadian Cat Lady, thank you. Is it Friday? Oh my gosh, I've been thinking the whole day was Saturday today. I've been off since yesterday, and then I had all last week off too, so that's cool. It's always good when you think it's the day after the day it is. Nice. Yeah. I gotta finish working on the vehicle tomorrow, and then after that, it's all good. So I probably won't be on until tomorrow night if I do get on, but I won't be on late probably. But I'll definitely put out a notification early in the day tomorrow when, and then I haven't decided if it's going to be a members only yet. But if it is, it'll be released to everybody after the members only is done. It's only rare that I leave a members only stream on members only right afterwards, unless it's a very special episode. Yeah. Oh, Sean Penn too, huh? Wow. Thank you, Gray. Yeah, it'd be interesting to know, everybody. What's up, Melissa? Wonderland? Let me write that down. I never heard of it. LA in 1981. Never heard of that case. What's up, Spruce? How you doing? Never heard of it. DS, what's up? And please hit the like if you haven't yet. It's a free way to help out. What's up, Dolphin? Lady. Have you heard of this case, Dolphin? What's up, Vicky? Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm telling you, that call from Pagan Ways, that was crazy. What's up, Coral Beauty? Are we opening up the phone lines? You should hop up on panel. Forget the phone. Paula Lamore, what's up? He's one of my favorite actors, always has been. Ever since The Nightmare on Elm Street. Because I felt bad for him, you know? Right in the beginning of the movie almost. It's like, dang. It's creepy. What's up, Scarlett? So we're going to play an introduction, kind of like, what is it? It said like 30 years later or something. What's up, Sarah Bear? Aw, thank you so much. Listening while I deep clean. Just make sure you air out those chemicals, okay? If you're using those chemicals, make sure there's air flowing around. Need you safe. You should be able to tile the windows side by side. No, it won't let you. It won't let you screen share too. I wish, trust me. Oh boy. If I could screen share too. That's the thing. I need to learn. I think maybe you can do it with OBS. That would be nice, right? Rolling Stone magazine did several articles. Really? Huh. I never knew. Thank you for showing this. Never really caught. What is it? Yeah, I appreciate you coming in to hang out. What's up, Caroline? Wow. For real? Wow. What's up, Oh Snap? Love you, Manly. Doing great. How are you? Miss Potty Mouth, what's up? Wow, I didn't know. I bet there's a whole list. Eddie Vedder. Yes. I think I got like 200 or something. I don't know. I wrote it down somewhere. That was bad. That was bad. Yeah, I never heard of it. What's up, Bianca? West Hollywood. Never heard of that one either. Well, I know I can't watch the HBO one. I know that for a fact. bet we do got a whole bunch. So let me turn this down. What's up, Vix Logic? Sleep Escape. You know what I'm saying? Same here. I watched a 2020. I wonder if I can get in trouble for 2020. I'm not sure. I don't remember. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and play this little intro. It's like 30 years later, something. Again, if you want to hear, this is the call from Pagan Ways from the episode earlier. And I'll put the link up there for you if you want to save it to your playlist. Definitely listen to it when we're done with this show, because it's going to be, this is the call that just blew my mind and was like, holy crap, I need to start talking about this because this is crazy. Yeah, the case was back. I think they were arrested in 93. I think it was. They have the documentary. Can somebody send me all 3 parts? evilcj@gmail.com or evilcj on Twitter. But here's the call. Give me 1 second, and then we'll get into this video here. Where is it? Oh, wait a minute. This one is like from a year ago. Where'd my 30 years later one go? Oh, there it is. Okay, I'm going to check out this one. This is THV11. And this one's about 20 some minutes. So I think it's going to go a little more in depth of the case. Probably, just to give us a better understanding of everything that's involved. Now, remember, this guy, I don't know. I don't know about the others yet. I have to do more research here. I do have the Wikipedia as well that I'm going to read through here in a little bit. I do have the Wikipedia that I'm going to read through in a little bit. I know Damien, and if anybody in chat can help me out, I know Damien was convicted of death penalty. Now, were the other ones? I don't know. We're gonna check it out. I'm going into THV11, and we're gonna check out this little like mini documentary that they have on this West Memphis 3 case. Lives forever changed. Not just the 3 little gentlemen victims that were unalived. There's also 3 victims that were wrongfully incarcerated. And so I'm going to get into just real quick before we get into this episode. I'm going to explain to you guys what this is from Jennifer. It says, there are many parallels in these cases when referring to the West Memphis 3 and Idaho 4. There are people that still believe they did it, and they can believe that and have their thoughts. I personally do not think they did, referring to these gentlemen. Some similar parallels: rush to judgment, coercion, DNA not allowing multiple tests, classifying wounds to fit a crime, making a case fit, ruling out others way too soon, not allowing updated exonerating evidence, quote, DNA testing, prejudicial views of the odd or weird guy by how they dress or present themselves, state corruption, violating rights. So this is from THV11 explaining the West Memphis 3. And after we watch this, and if you haven't heard the call from Pagan, after you watch this, you'll understand. If you did hear the call, you already understand. We're getting into it tonight. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. I'll get to chat here in a second.
Years ago, 3 little boys found dead in West Memphis, Arkansas. A horrible scene no one in that small town could have ever imagined. Good evening, I'm Dawn Scott. Tonight we look back on the West Memphis murders, the efforts to keep Christopher, Michael, and Stevie's memories alive, and the impact that one day had on 3 teenagers, eventually convicted of their murders, sent to prison, and then freed. Also, an exclusive look at what life is like now for Damien Echols, the man who sat on death row for 17 years.
These people stole almost 20 years of my life. So if it comes down to sitting in a dark room and dwelling on what these people did to me, what happened when, or going out and eating ice cream, I'm going to go eat the ice cream.
Also, where does the case of the West Memphis murders now stand? Is there still an active search to find who did this? But first, THV 11's Liz Massey shows us how we got here, how we got to this day.
May 5th, 1993.
I was crying, my friend was crying too.
A town paralyzed with fear.
We're all pretty upset and scared about, what's happened with the boys.
3 8-year-old boys disappear. May 6th.
The boys were tied. Their hands and feet were tied.
I was the one that was down in the water, that lifted my leg up, and a body floated to the top of the water.
Stevie Branch, Michael Moore, Christopher Byers murdered. The scene, Robin Hood.
All right, guys. You can't. Maybe if you have a higher plan, but the plan that I have with StreamYard only allows you to screen share one thing, and that's it. Trust me. I tried a long time ago. It just, as far as I know, it doesn't work because you have to stop the screen. You can't add another one. So I'm not using Twitch. I'm using StreamYard, everybody. Thank you for hopping in.
May 5th, 1993.
I was crying, my friend was crying too.
A town paralyzed with fear.
We're all pretty upset and scared about, what's happened with the boys.
3 8-year-old boys disappear. May 6th.
The boys were tied. Their hands and feet were tied.
I was the one that was down in the water, that lifted my leg up, and a body floated to the top of the water.
Stevie Branch, Michael Moore, Christopher Byers murdered. The scene, Robin Hood Hills.
Just devastated. I hate it so bad for these families.
May 7th. Police interview 18-year-old Damien Echols and his best friend Jason Baldwin. June 4th, after hours of questioning, Jesse Miskelly Jr., a mentally challenged teen, confesses, implicating Echols and Baldwin. The next day, he recants. Still, all 3 arrested. Rumors fly, stories of satanic rituals.
Wow. So
Of questioning, Jesse Miskelly Jr., a mentally challenged teen, confesses,
wow.
implicating.
So they freaking. That's so messed up. That did they have a medical doctor there to like, or a professional to like help with that? That is so messed up. That is so messed up.
Eccles and Baldwin. The next day, he recants. Still, all three arrested. Rumors fly, stories of satanic rituals.
Yeah, we all knew. I mean,
that they were in the devil work.
yeah, everybody just assumed it.
West Memphis,
He was a good kid.
divided and torn.
That's why all three of them are punks. Punks!
February 4th, 1994, Miss Kelly found guilty. March 18th, Eccles and Baldwin convicted as well.
We, the jury,
What's
after
up,
careful
everybody? What's up,
deliberations,
Dago?
have determined that Damien Eccles shall be sentenced to death by lethal injection.
The years following would be filled with hearings, appeals, denials, allegations of a botched investigation. The Free the West Memphis 3 movement picked up steam. Celebrities jumped on board.
I think it's a testament to the greatness of America.
There was also talk of new DNA evidence, new suspects, new witnesses, and some of the victims' parents had a change of heart.
That day I believed what the state told me.
September 30th, 2010.
Aw,
We're so airtight in everything we have.
that's so sad. And then they even had, man, can you imagine being a child and no fault of the parents? I mean, if they're presenting evidence a certain way, you might be swayed. And then being a kid and then your parents having the evidence manipulated to them in a certain way to make them even question your innocence. That's so sad. Man, this is so sad already.
Eccles' legal team argues its case before the Arkansas Supreme Court. November 4th. The Supreme Court justices unanimously order a new hearing. But before that could happen, a surprising move. August 19th, 2011.
Your Honor, I am innocent of these charges, but I'm entering an Alfred guilty plea today.
A legal maneuver allowing them to plead guilty while maintaining their innocence. The West Memphis 3 freed. But for many, this case is far from over.
They were convicted by a jury of 12 people, and they were found guilty.
3 boys, 3 men.
The justice system failed me May 5th, 1993.
20 years later.
Okay, so they showed 2 people, one that believes they're still guilty and a family member that's glad that they're free.
Lives forever changed.
So people are torn between it, I see.
One of the greatest tragedies in all of this is the short lives of Stevie, Christopher, and Michael. Most people will know them only as victims, but to family and friends, the 8-year-old classmates were something far more. THV 11's Ashley Blackstone tells us they were children whose personalities, smiles, and spirits will never die.
They were the best of buddies, 3 second graders full of life and all boy, Cub Scouts, each with the rank of wolf.
Aww.
This was their school, Weaver Elementary. After class, it wasn't uncommon to find them outside, playing together, riding bikes, and exploring their West Memphis neighborhood. Christopher Byers was the oldest of the trio. He loved to swim, and his family says he was always asking why. His nickname, Wormer, because he liked to climb. Christopher was 49 days away from his 9th birthday. His stepdad, Mark Byers.
I think about my son every day. There's not a day go by that I don't get up and fight for him.
Aww.
Christopher's neighbor, Michael Moore. Those who knew Michael called him a leader, a little boy well respected by others. In a statement to CNN, his mom wrote, "I lost almost everything, and not a day goes by that I don't mourn for Michael." And Stevie Branch, nicknamed Bubba, a lover of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, animals, and singing. His family says he was already a heartbreaker with his snow white hair and blue eyes. Known for his glowing personality, Stevie was a mama's boy.
The bandana here, the only thing that I had in my household that had Stevie's scent on it. I've never washed it. When I get the need to just want to feel him again, I'll grab it and I'll hug it, and I'm so thankful I feel an embrace back.
If the 8-year-old boys would have lived, they'd be 28. Instead, a memorial stands at their elementary school. 2 of the kids' homes vacant and boarded up. The woods at the crime scene, Robin Hood Hills, now gone. The boys who played together and died together, now separated. Michael in Arkansas, Stevie, Missouri, Christopher in Tennessee.
But one thing I know for sure, he wouldn't be in a grave, in a cemetery, in a headstone. There'd be more to his little life than that.
Bonded forever by tragedy, but loved ones praying instead they'll be remembered for their precious lives.
Damien Echols spent nearly 2 decades on death row for the killings. Today, the release of his paperback version of his autobiography, Life After Death. He is now settled outside Boston and granted me his first television interview in his new hometown since he set up a business and moved into a new home.
How'd you find the building?
This was actually the very first place I looked at.
For Damien Echols, this is as far away from West Memphis, Arkansas as it gets.
We automatically fell in love with this place from the first time we saw it.
Salem, Massachusetts, a small New England town lined with cobblestone streets, packed with diverse lifestyles, and perhaps best known for its famous witch trials. You identify then with the history here.
I do, just the level of persecution. You know, they sentenced me to death, and it was the exact same thing. They accused me of being a Satanist, of committing human sacrifices, and all these things which were the exact same things they accused the people of back then. Fortunately, they weren't able to kill me like they did the people that they hung.
I like how small it is.
38-year-old Echols and his wife Lori Davis moved to Salem last fall, a year after Echols literally walked off Arkansas's death row. It was all thanks to a rare legal agreement called an Alford plea. He hasn't returned to Arkansas since.
I believe with all my heart they knew we were innocent and they didn't care. I think they knew they had the wrong people, and I think they would have rather executed me and allowed a murderer to walk the streets than to have to come back and admit they screwed up.
That fact alone kept Echols angry and bitter for the first several years on death row.
And I knew I had to do
What's up, everybody hopping
I had
in?
to find some way to deal with it, just because it eats you alive. It eats at your heart.
So Echols, while on death row, began to practice meditation and met a Buddhist spiritual advisor whose photo now adorns his Salem studio. That advisor taught him a practice called Reiki.
Reiki is a Japanese technique. It's very similar to acupuncture, acupressure. It works with the body's natural energy. This is done entirely through touch, through breathing, and through visualization techniques.
Echols is now a Reiki practitioner and operates a...
What do you want me to rewind it to? The statement he just made? Let me know in chat. What's the statement? It's so sad. And then just this case is crazy. This case changed lives everywhere, not just in Tennessee. Everybody was afraid to let kids out of their sight for a long time. Now, I had asked earlier, and this took place when the parental advisory stuff was going through the government steps. The thing about the Alford plea is that they are still technically guilty and can get thrown right back in prison for one minor thing. Oh, wow. So, wow. So they're just towing a line the whole time. That they would rather... Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was interesting. I appreciate everybody's information and links they sent to me for this evening. And also, thank you, Pagan Ways, and others for bringing this case to my attention. Yes, West Memphis, Arkansas. Yeah, it is in Arkansas, not Tennessee. Yeah, this is definitely interesting. And this was 1993. Like I said, when a lot of the music was getting blamed and satanic cults and things like that. And it was all when like the Tipper Gore thing was going on and stuff.
Healing studio in the heart of downtown Salem.
What you're using to start.
I think that's when this is around the same time also, I think, when Tupac got in trouble for a couple people that were supposedly listening to one of his songs, and they went and unalived in LA, I believe.
Start over was what almost took your own life.
Exactly. Alternative forms of spiritual practice, anything outside of the norm that you would encounter in Arkansas, you know, the really hardcore fundamentalist things, the things that my interest in is what made me stand out, the reasons I was persecuted in the first place, are what saved my life and what now allow me to help myself and other people.
You have a waiting list of 400 people to give tattoos to?
Exactly, yeah.
And what do they want typically? Or
The only thing I do are X's.
Nowadays, Eccles relishes life outside death row, explaining this day the meaning of his many tattoos.
It's from the I Ching, the Book of Changes. What it means is whenever you're facing huge obstacles, you don't focus on the obstacle. Instead, you just focus on putting one foot in front of the other.
Eccles also working to nurture a relationship with
It's
his
a great
now
way to think
20-year-old
about
son,
life
Seth, who he's
and
seen
how to
and
approach
spoken
it.
to several times since his prison release.
So it's not ever like you can just erase that.
No.
You can't just say, I'm not on death row anymore.
No.
X that out. This is my new life.
You know, it's a process.
All of it brought you to this very moment where we are right now.
It did. You know, I always tell people that. I say that whenever you look back at my life, whenever I look back at my life, I can see every single thing forming a chain that brought me to where I am now. And if you take out one single link in that chain, I would be dead right now.
Eccles and his wife now working on a third
Wow.
book together, detailing their relationship and their prison correspondence through the years.
Using your trauma that you went through to become a better version of yourself. Bravo.
They plan to return for the very first time to Arkansas this November. Now, of the three men convicted, Jesse Miskelly is the only one who stayed in the West Memphis area after their release from prison. THV 11's Ashley Blackstone tracked him down in the town of Earl, but when he saw us, he ran away. However, his dad was willing to talk about what life has been like after serving 18 years behind bars. Miskelly is living with his girlfriend down the road from his dad. He was working for a nearby construction company but was recently laid off. Now he lives off of about $500 a month. That comes from West Memphis 3 supporters. Miskelly's dad says being able to see his son every day is a stark contrast to the years prior when he drove 300 miles round trip to visit him in prison every Sunday.
He's a good-natured kid. He can take it or leave it. But I'll tell you what, it's something that's just seeing him as big as he is. And when he was left, he was a little bitty thing. I could whoop him when I left, but I don't think I whoop him now.
Miskelly Sr. says his son
Oh
won't talk
my
with
gosh,
the media because,
Tennessee
quote,
sweetheart.
y'all are the ones that sent him to the pen. And while this week marks 2 decades since the murders, his dad says the family hasn't talked about the anniversary. As for Jason Baldwin, he's now living in Seattle with his girlfriend and will graduate next month with an associate's degree.
Kind of enjoy what you have, you know, whatever it is, you know, just to make the most of it and enjoy it and then be thankful for it.
Baldwin will start on his bachelor's degree this fall and plans to study law one day. He says he wants to use his education to help prevent innocent people from going to prison. In his downtime, he's been doing a lot of traveling and catching up with family and friends, he says. He also still keeps in contact with Eccles, Miskelly, and even some of the victims' parents, many who believe the men are innocent.
Aw.
It comes back with a lot
Well,
of
they said
responsibility,
many,
you know, to
not
you know,
all.
the parents of the kids who were murdered. You know, I feel responsibility to them, you know, to help them, you know, find who really committed this crime.
Baldwin adds, while he didn't know the victims, he thinks of
Thank you, Pagan. I appreciate that. I noticed that when he was kind of talking about his approach. I did notice that. Thank you. I appreciate that. And thank you again for reaching out earlier and calling the show and bringing up this case. I really appreciate that.
them often. So what's next in the West Memphis Three's fight to clear their names?
It'll be over for me when we have a sense of closure. And we won't have that sense of closure until, number one, me, Jason, and Jesse are completely exonerated. Number two, the person who committed these crimes is in prison. Number three, the public officials who did this to us are held responsible for what they've done.
Still ahead, more of my exclusive interview with Damien Echols, his fight for justice, the latest evidence, and where this case stands now when lives forever changed. Returns in 1 minute.
And again, I'm going to share the link to this. Definitely a great watch. I would definitely suggest to save this to your playlist. Definitely a great watch. And thank you everybody for hanging out. Thank you everybody for coming in. We're just getting started this evening.
In large part, it is on the so-called West Memphis Three to clear their own names, and they are desperately working to do just that. More now of my one-on-one interview with Damien Echols from his new home in Salem, Massachusetts, where he lives with his wife, Lori Davis. Who do you believe did this?
I don't know. What we say, Lori and I, is that we shouldn't have to say who did this. We should be able to allow the evidence to speak for itself.
But your name is not clear.
Exactly. To this day, the state of Arkansas has still never exonerated anyone. Even whenever they were filing the appeals, their briefs in response to our appeals, the Arkansas Attorney General's office still maintains to this day that the state of Arkansas has never, ever sent an innocent person to prison. This plea allowed them to maintain that.
There are still people who think you did it. The family of Michael Moore. What do you say to these people?
Nothing. I mean, these people have their own issues to deal with, their own problems to deal with. The last thing they probably want to hear from is me. If DNA evidence doesn't convince these people, if eyewitnesses doesn't convince these people, then there's absolutely nothing that I'm going to be able to say that's going to change their mind.
The evidence and eyewitnesses Echols refers to uncovered long after he, Jason Baldwin, and Jesse Miskelly were convicted. Yet the state refuses to look at it, which is one reason Hollywood heavyweights like Peter Jackson and Fran Walsh, along with Johnny Depp, agreed to help.
Nothing ever happens in West Memphis, Arkansas.
We've had 3 children missing since.
Wow. Look at that. All them artists too. And we'll get into this. 1993, it says, Indra, thank you so much for the super sticker. I appreciate you. Definitely need to schedule a show with you and Yoli. And have you ever heard of this, Dra? The West Memphis Three? Let me know. Thank you for hopping in. I appreciate your support.
In West Memphis, Arkansas.
We've had 3 children missing since last night.
Several documentaries of the case have been produced. The most recent premiered at Sundance Film Festival, west of Memphis.
Right now we have DNA that puts 2 people at the crime scene. Both of their DNA was found at the crime scene. You know, it's not fun. It's not pleasant having to do this. It's like ripping old wounds open again and again and again. I always tell people, imagine the most traumatic thing that's ever happened to you in your life and then having to talk about it every single day. But at the same time, it's like a necessary evil. We have to keep doing this because it's not over for us.
It's also not over for the families of Stevie Branch, Michael Moore, and Christopher Byers. Branch's mother, along with Byers' stepfather, don't believe Echols, Baldwin, and Miskelly committed the crimes, and they support their efforts to find the real killer.
There's a group in Salem that gives an award to people who foster human rights in some sort of way.
Echols now finds solace in the New England town of Salem, Massachusetts, a place he says bears a similar history to the one he knows all too well.
Because this is where the Salem witch trials took place. You know, pretty soon after those trials, whenever they killed people that they accused of witchcraft, they realized pretty quickly afterwards, oh, we messed up.
He says he hopes to one day see and hear the same from officials right here in Arkansas, but also knows justice for 3 little boys in West Memphis may never come.
You know, the only thing that we can do is keep going back to the people who already know.
That's, oh shit, that's
What's happened with the boy?
that's so messed up because, you know, like they're not going after to find the people who really did it because of some kind of freaking paperwork that states that there's still that he's not exonerated. That's so messed up. So these families get to sit there and wait, and nothing gets to happen to this case because I don't know. This is so confusing. This part.
Took your own life.
What's up,
Exactly.
everybody hopping in?
Alternative forms of spiritual practice, anything outside of the norm that you would encounter in Arkansas, you know, the really hardcore fundamentalist things, the things that my interest in is what made me stand out, the reasons I was persecuted in the first place, are what saved my life and what now allow me to help myself and other people.
You have a waiting list of 400 people to give tattoos to?
Exactly, yeah.
And what do they want typically? Or
The
just
only
different?
thing I do are X's.
Nowadays, Eccles relishes life outside death row, explaining this day the meaning of his many tattoos.
It's from the I Ching, the Book of Changes. What it means is whenever you're facing huge obstacles, you don't focus on the obstacle. Instead, you just focus on putting one foot in front of the other.
Eccles also working to nurture a relationship with his now 20-year-old son, Seth, who he's seen and spoken to several times since his prison release.
So it's not ever like you can just erase that.
No.
You can't just say,
Wow.
I'm not in death row anymore.
No.
X that out. This is my new life.
Wow.
All of it brought you to this very moment where we are right
See,
now.
that's
It did. You know, I always tell people that. I say that whenever you look back at my life, whenever I look back at my life, I can see every single thing forming a chain that brought me to where I am now. And if you take out one single link in that chain, I would be dead right now.
Right.
Eccles and his wife now working on a third book together, detailing their relationship and their prison correspondence through the years. They plan to return for the very first time to Arkansas.
You know, the good or the bad, it's what made you who you are today.
This November. Now, of the three men convicted, Jesse Miskelly is the only one who stayed in the West Memphis area after their release from prison. THV 11's Ashley Blackstone tracked him down in the town of Earl, but when he saw us, he ran away. However, his dad was willing to talk about what life has been like after serving 18 years behind bars. Miskelly is living with his girlfriend down the road from his dad. He was working for a nearby construction company but was recently laid off. Now he lives off of about $500 a month. That comes from West Memphis 3 supporters. Miskelly's dad says being able to see his son every day is a stark contrast to the years prior when he drove 300 miles round trip to visit him in prison every Sunday.
He's a good-natured kid. He can take it or leave it. But I'll tell you what, it's something that's just seeing him as big as he is. And when he was left, he was a little bitty thing. I could whip him when I left, but I don't think I'd whoop him now.
Miskelly Sr. says his son won't talk with the media because, quote, y'all are the ones that sent him to the pen. And while this week marks 2 decades since the murders, his dad says the family hasn't talked about the anniversary. As for Jason Baldwin, he's now living in Seattle with his girlfriend and will graduate next month with an associate's degree.
Kind of enjoy what you have, you know, whatever it is, you know, just to make the most of it and enjoy it and then be thankful for it.
Baldwin will start on his bachelor's degree this fall and plans to study law one day. He says he wants to use his education to help prevent innocent people from going to prison. In his downtime, he's been doing a lot of traveling and catching up with family and friends, he says. He also still keeps in contact with Eccles, Miskelly, and even some of the victims' parents, many who believe the men are innocent.
It comes back with a lot of responsibility, you know, to, you know, the parents of the kids who were murdered. You know, I feel responsibility to them, you know, to help them, you know, find who really committed this crime.
Baldwin adds, while he didn't know the victims, he thinks of them often. So what's next in the West Memphis 3's fight to clear their names?
It'll be over for me when we have a sense of closure. And we won't have that sense of closure until, number one, me, Jason, and Jesse are completely exonerated. Number two, the person who committed these crimes is in prison. And number three, the public officials who did this to us are held responsible for what they've done.
Still ahead, more of my exclusive interview with Damien Echols, his fight for justice, the latest evidence, and where this case stands now
Wow.
when lives forever changed. Returns in 1 minute.
And we're going to go ahead and take a pause. We are a little over halfway through. What's up, Gloria? I'm just starting to learn about this. We're getting into this. This is the first episode we're going to be checking out. Then I'm going to go into the Wikipedia and I'm going to read through some of the information on Wikipedia when it comes to the case, and who's all involved and what took place and how everything happened and went down with the timeline. It's going to be the introduction to this case. Like I said, I know there's a lot of new people coming in. Definitely save this to your playlist. This is a call from Pagan Ways that called me this afternoon and reached out to me and introduced me to this case and was talking about the similarities to Idaho 4. And so when she was telling us this morning about it, I was like, my mind was just blown. And I'm like, I need to talk about this tonight. We ended the show with another, it was like a 12-minute, like 30 years later. But this came up through somebody's link that sent me the information. And I was like, wow, it's 26 minutes. I saw a lot of interviews with Damien, and I was like, this has got to be way more informative than the one that I played earlier this afternoon. So I'm glad I did, because this is a very interesting watch. Again, I will throw the link to this if you don't have it, so you can save it to your playlist as well. And we're going to go ahead and get into the rest of this episode with a couple more pauses. And it is a crazy case, everybody. It is a crazy case. I'll be opening up phone lines and the panel here after I get through the wiki read through. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. And also, if you're going to be hanging out until the end of the show, we're going to be doing a couple games of Deal or No Deal.
In large part, it is on the so-called West Memphis 3 to clear their own names, and they are desperately working to do just that. More now of my one-on-one interview with Damien Echols from his new home in Salem, Massachusetts, where he lives with his wife, Lori Davis. Who do you believe did this?
I don't know. What we say, Lori and I, is that we shouldn't have to say who did this. We should be able to allow the evidence to speak for itself.
But your name is not clear.
Exactly. To this day, the state of Arkansas has still never exonerated anyone. Even whenever they were filing the appeals, their briefs in response to our appeals, the Arkansas Attorney General's office still maintains to this day that the state of Arkansas has never, ever sent an innocent person to prison. This plea allowed them to maintain that.
There are still people who think you did it. The family of Michael Moore. What do you say to these people?
Nothing. I mean, these people have their own issues to deal with, their own problems to deal with. The last thing they probably want to hear from is me. If DNA evidence doesn't convince these people, if eyewitnesses doesn't convince these people, then there's absolutely nothing that I'm going to be able to say that's going to change their mind.
The evidence and eyewitnesses Echols refers to uncovered long after he, Jason Baldwin, and Jessie Miss Kelly were convicted. Yet the state refuses to look at it, which is one reason Hollywood heavyweights like Peter Jackson and Fran Walsh, along with Johnny Depp, agreed to help.
Nothing ever happens in West Memphis, Arkansas.
We've had 3 children missing since last night.
Several documentaries of the case have been produced. The most recent premiered at Sundance Film Festival, west of Memphis.
Right now we have DNA that puts 2 people at the crime scene. Both of their DNA was found at the crime scene. You know, it's not fun. It's not pleasant having to do this. It's like ripping old wounds open again and again and again. I always tell people, imagine the most traumatic thing that's ever happened to you in your life and then having to talk about it every single day. But at the same time, it's like a necessary evil. We have to keep doing this because it's not over for us.
It's also not over for the families of Stevie Branch, Michael Moore, and Christopher Byers. Branch's mother, along with Byers' stepfather, don't believe Eccles, Baldwin, and Miss Kelly committed the crimes, and they support their efforts to find the real killer.
There's a group in Salem that gives an award to people who foster human rights in some sort of way.
Eccles now finds solace in the New England town of Salem, Massachusetts, a place he says bears a similar history to the one he knows all too well.
Because this is where the Salem witch trials took place. You know, pretty soon after those trials, whenever they killed people that they accused of witchcraft, they realized pretty quickly afterwards, oh, we messed up.
He says he hopes to one day see and hear the same from officials right here in Arkansas, but also knows justice for 3 little boys in West Memphis may never come.
You know, the only thing that we can do is keep going back to the people who already know the truth and basically saying, please do the right thing. For God's sake, do what you should have done all these years ago.
In the past year, the families of the victims have fought a legal battle of their own. They want to see evidence linked to their son's murders. THV 11's Dustin Wilson brings us their story now.
It's not about movies. It's not about, you know, Damien Eccles, his book, and this one's book, that one's book. To me, it's about the baby.
A year-long legal battle has taken a toll on Pam Hicks, the mother of Stevie Branch, one of the victims hogtied and beaten.
2013 was a terrible year for me.
Hicks and John Mark Myers hope the justice system would allow them to see evidence of their son's murders under the Freedom of Information Act.
I just wanted the bad to go away.
Last October, Judge Victor Hill denied that request. However, Hicks' attorneys obtained sworn testimony and submitted them in court as evidence 2 months ago. Those testimonies point away from the West Memphis 3, linking 4 other men to the murders.
Party in this room today that helped kill my son. It's all I can do to keep from grabbing a hold of him.
The families thought the testimonies would put pressure on prosecuting attorney Scott Ellington to reopen the case. Ellington would not agree to an on-camera interview, but tells us most of the new tips and evidence are not credible enough to get a jury trial. UALR law professor Felicia Epps says it will take a miracle.
Somebody coming forward, confessing to the crime, some evidence that someone else did this crime that would be sufficient to really exonerate them. And then there's a whole question of how they actually get back into court, because a guilty plea, there aren't appeals from, the case is over.
But not for Hicks. She hopes to start a nonprofit group to help other families who've lost children and keep her son's memory alive.
My baby's in heaven. When I look to the skies, as blue as the skies are, he's looking down on me saying, Mom, you can't give up. You gotta keep on, you gotta keep going.
That's so
A
sad.
confidential tip line is still active in this case, 501-256-1775. From 1993 to 2013, ahead we look at how people, attitudes, in the town of West Memphis.
I'm going to go ahead and take the time to pause it there and just leave that up on the screen for a minute. Damien has his own YouTube channel, and we'll be going into that YouTube channel after I get through the wiki read through and open up the phone lines in the panel, just to kind of keep the calls able to roll in case more people would like to call. I'm going to have a 10 or 15 minute limit depending on how many people would like to call. That way I can get a decent amount of your calls too. Very, very sad. I mean, for not just all these people involved, the families of all of these people involved, not just the children that were unalived, the gentlemen that were wrongfully convicted, the families of the children that were unalived, the friends of the children that were unalived, the families and friends of the people that were wrongfully incarcerated. I mean, just, it's so sad because they wanted to stick to a narrative. Manufactured evidence, to stick to a narrative because you didn't want to admit that you were wrong or you didn't know. Taking advantage of people. Mentally challenged individual. Oh, it's so sad. It is a roller coaster of emotions, Tennessee, that's for sure.
From 1993 to 2013, ahead we look at how people, attitudes, and the town of West Memphis have all changed over the last 20 years. Lives forever changed continues next. One day, 20 years ago, changed the town of West Memphis. And whether you were living in the area at the time, knew the families, or worked this story as a reporter, it had an impact and continues to have an impact on so many lives. Tonight, Stephanie Skurlock, the only TV journalist who's covered the case since the beginning, shares her perspective.
All of West Memphis is just torn up.
The town was pretty much in fear. I remember Pam Hobbs just crying uncontrollably because her child had been found and he was found dead.
Several of Miss Kelly's wrestling buddies also testified today.
At the time, I was a young reporter. I've been in on it since the beginning.
Get them out the way of the van!
There was a lot of hatred when you talked about them because of what they were accused of was so horrible.
The little boys didn't have no time, so why should they have any time? They should be prosecuted right away.
I watched everything from vilify them to let's free them.
It's been our Salem witch trial from the very beginning.
Then I watched the evolution as the stories began to come out and the documentaries were being made. I watched the evolution of maybe they didn't do it.
I think they had to use money to bring the right support to show that the West Memphis system failed.
It was like all of a sudden I get this phone call from Mark Byers and he's saying, hey, I want to talk. I don't believe they did it.
And when I finally got my answers, none of the roads led to the three.
Wow.
Maybe he was ahead of his time. He listened to Metallica, he wore black. Now kids do that all the time.
Right.
They do feel like the victims have gotten lost. Dana Moore is not quite convinced that these three didn't do it.
We wish them all the best, and our prayers go out to their hearts and their families.
Just, send prayers to the families, continue praying that justice be brought to these families.
We're tired. We need to band together and make a change for our community.
West Memphis will forever have that tag of being the place where the West Memphis 3 happened.
You can find much more about the West Memphis murders on THV11.com on a special page dedicated to the developments in this case. There you'll find a timeline of events, our reports from the day the boys were found and the day the West Memphis 3 were arrested. You can also watch my full interview with Damien Echols from Salem, Massachusetts. Plus, we want to hear what you think about all of this. You can leave your opinion on THV11.com. There's a movement with support around the world to keep the victims' memories alive in their hometown. Next, we show you how Weaver Elementary is making sure Stevie, Christopher, and Michael get a memorial they deserve. To mark this 20th anniversary, a memorial at the boys' former school, Weaver Elementary, is getting a facelift. Last month, the story was posted in the local paper in West Memphis, and then donations started pouring in. Ashley Blackstone takes us there tonight.
On this day, you won't hear the sounds of children playing at Weaver Elementary.
It was community driven.
Instead, construction crews hard at work, making upgrades to the Weaver Reading Grove.
We have been very surprised to get donations from Australia, West Virginia, even local donations.
Sheila Grissom is the school principal. After years of what she calls negative publicity surrounding the case, she's now happy to see the positive.
It's about honoring their memory, and that's the way it needs to stay.
The memorial was constructed in 1994, and after seeing a recent picture in the local paper, community members made plans to renovate. The gazebo got brighter colors and reinforcement to the roof. Plus, there's all new landscaping, 20 rose bushes to mark the 20th anniversary of the boys' deaths.
We don't talk about it very much.
Surrounded by many students' favorite pastime, it's a memorial Grissom admits kids occasionally ask about.
We just try to keep it to a minimum. Don't go into a lot of details. Simply just say those three boys went to school here, because we do not want to put fear in where there should be innocence.
Innocence, something the victims will never get to experience. So the upkeep on the playground where Christopher, Michael, and Stevie used to play will continue for years to come. A community rallying together, ensuring the boys' memories flourish.
20 years later, lives forever changed by the West Memphis murders. I'm Dawn Scott. Thanks for watching.
You might wonder, well, what they would have grown up to be or what they would have grown up to do.
It's divided. Some people say they did it. Some people say they did.
They should have had taken more time with evidence.
I feel sorry for West Memphis. It not only suffered the murders, it's now suffered a lot as a result of the way the murders were handled.
When I lay my head on my pillow at night, do I think that the killers are Damian Eccles, Jason Baldwin, and Jesse Miskelly? Yes, I do.
The way it's ended, it's now a Hollywood comedy, and I don't like that.
Truth need to be known. They need to find out who done it.
The defendants have the freedom to say that they're not guilty, but in fact, they just pled guilty.
We want exoneration. If we want the person in prison, we want the officials held responsible. We have to keep speaking out.
The families have all been through so much grief and trauma, and then there's still no reconciliation. There's still no answer to what really happened.
So I don't know when it'll ever end.
What a great watch. Wow. Wow. Definitely save that to your playlist. What an episode. So yeah, that must have been the gentleman that was walking in there with blood from the crime scene into that gas, or the Bojangles, huh? All right, I'm gonna get into... Oh, it's okay, Coral. I appreciate you. So this is the Wikipedia. The physical crime scene. So the trial was televised. Cops never followed up on that guy. Yeah, I seen somebody seen you guys typing that. Because, you know, they already had their guys, right? It would be interesting to watch this trial. Is the trial on like court TV or something? Or is there somewhere that I could watch the trial and we could all watch the trial? I would definitely be interested to hear and see the trial. And when it comes to blurring out stuff, there's things I can do with the show, kind of like what I did with BK. There's things that I can do to cover up stuff that needs to be covered up, you know? So if you know, somebody said something about a documentary being in 3 parts. If you can send that to me too, we'll watch that. And yeah, if somebody knows about the trial, if you have the links for that, please send me those as well. We'll definitely check this out. So this West Memphis 3 photographed after their arrest in June 1993. Okay, how do I click out of that? Hello. That's odd. Okay. The West Memphis Three are three men convicted as teenagers in 1994 of the 1993 unaliving of three boys in West Memphis, Arkansas. Damian Eccles was sentenced to death. Jesse Miskelly Jr. to life imprisonment plus two 20-year sentences. And Jason Baldwin to life imprisonment. All in respective order according to the mugshots. During the trial, the prosecution asserted that the juveniles unalived the children as part of a satanic ritual. Due to the dubious nature of the evidence as well as the suspected presence of emotional bias in court, the case generated widespread controversy and was the subject of several documentaries. Celebrities and musicians held fundraisers to support efforts to free the men. Crazy. In July 2007, new forensic evidence was presented. A report jointly issued by the state and the defense team stated, although most of the genetic material recovered from the scene was attributable to the victims of the offenses, some of it cannot be attributed to either the victims or the defendants. Whoa, similarity. Following a 2010 decision by the Arkansas Supreme Court regarding newly produced DNA evidence and potential juror misconduct, the West Memphis Three negotiated a plea bargain with prosecutors. On August 19, 2011, they entered Alfred pleas, which allowed them to assert their innocence while acknowledging that prosecutors have enough evidence to convict them. Judge David Laser accepted the pleas and sentenced the three to time served. They were released with 10-year suspended sentences, having served 18 years. Pappy man, we got to get you on panel sometime. Yeah. Storms everywhere, for sure. Thank you, Tennessee sweetheart. I appreciate that. Saved by his future wife. Wow. 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 The Ellie lost the DNA evidence collected from the Bojangles ladies' restroom where blood was collected from a man that entered covered in on the same night only 1 mile from the crime scene, and they never followed up. No DNA from the three fellas to the victims. Thank you for the super chat, Natalie B. CJ, you are an excellent host with a friendly and beautiful community. Thank you so much for being a part of this community. We all have an equal part in that, and I appreciate you too. Bad Thunder during the 20s and 30s were wow. She was his really his lawyer. Yes, I have Hulu and Netflix. Paradise Lost. I will definitely check that out. How many people have seen that? Well, and it's crazy, Pappy, man. Definitely check out here. I'll put the link. I know there's a lot of new people coming in. definitely check out this call from Pagan Ways. She called in and introduced this case to us earlier today when we were live. And it's crazy. There are a lot of similarities. It's very interesting. And, you know, history does repeat itself, and you can learn the positive way or the negative way with that history to learn for the future. Positive or negative. Don't think there's actual footage. That would be interesting. Okay, the crime. The crime. On May 5th, 1993, three 8-year-old boys, Steve Branch, Michael Moore, and Christopher Byers, were reported missing in West Memphis, Arkansas. The first report to the LE was made by Byers' adoptive father, John Mark Byers, the gentleman you saw a lot on that news program, and that was around 7 p.m. The boys were allegedly last seen together by three neighbors, who in affidavits told of seeing them playing together around 6:30 p.m. the evening they disappeared, and seeing Terry Hobbs, Steve Branch's stepfather, calling them to come home. Initial police searches made that night were limited, so the searches were limited. Friends and neighbors also conducted a search that night, which included a cursory visit to the location where the bodies were later found. A more thorough LE search for the children began around 8 a.m. on May 6th, led by the Crittenden County Search and Rescue personnel. Searchers canvassed all of West Memphis, but focused primarily on Robin Hood Hills, where the boys were reported last seen. Despite a shoulder-to-shoulder search of Robin Hood Hills by a human chain, searchers found no sign of the missing boys. Around 1:45 p.m., juvenile parole officer Steve Jones spotted a boy's black shoe floating in a muddy creek that led to a major drainage canal in Robin Hood Hills. A subsequent search of the ditch revealed the three boys. They had been clothing removed and were hold on one second. If this is going to trigger you, please do me a favor. Warning graphic is up there. Do me a favor and take a break for about 5 minutes. When you see that graphic content up in the top right, then you'll know that you're good to come back in, or you can sit here and just hit mute if you're going to be triggered. I just want to give you all a heads up. And I'll go ahead and get to chat while I wait for everybody to get ready. If you are triggered, I don't want to definitely do that for anybody. Let me see. Let me just get back to chat real quick. Yes, I'm glad that I kind of read a word ahead than what comes out of my mouth. Well, I'll be on this weekend, Miss Tracy, and thank you for your call before. Thank you. I appreciate that, Pappy. Yeah. So if you're triggered, just wait until the thing in the top right of the screen, top right of the screen up there. Once that goes away, you know you can unmute it. There's nothing that's going to be visual. Okay. Okay, I'm going to start that paragraph over. Around 1:45 p.m., juvenile parole officer Steve Jones spotted boy's black shoe floating in a muddy creek that led to a major drainage canal in Robin Hood Hills. A subsequent search of the ditch revealed the three boys. They had been unclothed and were hogtied with their own shoelaces, their right ankles tied to their right wrists behind their backs, the same with their left arms and legs. Their clothing was found in a creek, some of it twisted around sticks that had been thrust into the muddy ditch bed. The clothing was mostly turned inside out. Two pairs of the boys' underwear were never recovered. Christopher Byers had lacerations to various parts of his body. Oh my gosh. And mutilation to privates. The autopsies by forensic pathologist Frank J. Peretti indicated that Byers passed of multiple injuries, while Moore and Branch passed of multiple injuries with drowning. Police initially suspected the boys had been AR'd. However, later expert testimony disputed this finding. Trace amounts of male DNA, if you know what I'm saying, were found on a pair of pants recovered from the scene. Prosecution experts claim Byers' wounds were the results of a knife attack and that he had purposely, removed one of the privates. Defense experts claim the injuries were most likely the result of post-mortem animal predation. Police believe the boys were assaulted and unalived at the location where they were found. Critics argue the assault at least was unlikely to have occurred at the creek. Byers was the only victim with substances in his system. He was prescribed Ritalin in January 93 as part of a treatment of an attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. The initial autopsy report describes the substance carbamazepine and the dosage at a subtherapeutic level. His father said Byers may have not taken his prescription that day. Wow. Burn after reading. It's crazy. Yeah. Thank you for gifting the membership to American Princess Pappy. Appreciate that. Sorry if I missed it. I'm just kind of going through chat here. Yeah, I appreciate that, Peaches. And then I take it off when they're, that way people can still be in the show. They can just mute, They don't have to leave. They can just mute. Yeah, I can imagine, Kelly. Reading that. Wow. There's a lot. The Bojangles. Wow, there's a lot of information on this. Definitely, wow. Definitely check it out. Let me make sure I put the link in chat. There you go, in case I didn't. My mind is blown. I can't, man, that is so crazy. And then these gentlemen were convicted of that. And then prison justice. You know what I'm saying? Wow. My mind is blown. After reading that. Oh my gosh, that's crazy, Pagan. So you believe they're guilty, Cleo? So if you think that, why do you think so? I would like to hear both sides, honestly. That's an interesting question. Did they get charged with SOs? Yeah, definitely give this a read through here. I'm going to read this Mr. Bojangles. Let me see here. In the evening, 8:42. Mentally disoriented male. The ladies' room. Hand brushed against the restroom walls. The manager reported the incident to the LE, who inspected the ladies' room. Gave a pair of sunglasses he thought the male left behind. They took blood samples from walls and tiles. And a hair. Wow. They have other evidence? They have other evidence and they're not testing it? Explains it all looking at the evidence. Okay. But I thought they said that it wasn't highly suspect. But did they get charged with, let me see. Okay, so Miss Kelly was convicted of 1 count of first degree, 2 counts of second degree. No SO. Echoes and Baldwin were found guilty of 3 counts. Not that I see. Okay, but I thought they said that they found male. Wow, definitely give this a read. Okay, again, I'm reading through this here, the sentences. I don't see anything. No. So the DNA evidence that they had didn't match. Okay. None of the genetic material recovered at the scene of the crimes was attributable to Mr. Eccles, Baldwin, or Miss Kelly. Huh. And DNA cannot be contributed to the victims or the three gentlemen. Wow. That's crazy. Oh, it's a lot to read, Pam. That's crazy. We got to be checking something out here in about a half hour. We'll see, though. Let me hit the refresh and see. Hmm. All right, let me see something here. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open up panel and the phone lines here. So if you'd like to call as well, let me refresh, make sure that Google Voice is ringing. So if somebody is calling, I can hear it. Then we're going to get into some of these other episodes here. All right, turn on receiving calls. All right, it is ringing. So if you'd like to call, you're more than welcome. It looks like somebody was trying to call already. So go ahead. I'll go ahead and wait to bring people up until the call comes through. Yeah, I remember that. I love America's Most Wanted. Why did he quit hosting that show? Please go to burn after reading. Yeah, you got to keep that thing plugged in. Thank you for the subscribe, the board. Yeah, if you'd like to call in, please do. And then we'll get into some of these other videos tonight. Wow. Be doing the grub truck on Sunday. Sunday night we'll be doing our game night where we're doing we'll be doing Deal or No Deal and some Jackbox. We'll be playing some Jackbox for the first time in a while. So I went ahead and subscribed to that. So what on Burn After Reading? Yeah, game night is sweet. We are going to be doing a couple Deal or No Deal tonight at the end of the show. So yeah, but Sunday evenings around 6 o'clock, we'll be doing game shows from like 6 to 8:30. 6 to 8:30, 7 to 9:30, something like that. Because I used to go late on Sunday nights, but it's like, man, we should all be kind of chilling back early on Sunday nights, getting ready for the new week. I'll wait a couple more minutes if you want to call in, whoever was calling during the video, and then otherwise I'm going to go ahead and go to these other videos here. So what on Burn After Reading do you want me to check out? And so we got some other videos here as well. Let me see here. And at the end of the show, we'll cover some of the Long Island SK that was busted today. We covered it earlier in the show earlier today. And oh, wow. There's a couple things we're going to be checking out tonight. I just seen something. Hold on. If you're wanting to call, please call. Let me see. Where did that go? There's some new stuff about the JonBenet case. That's interesting. Okay, I was trying to find that. I don't see it. I'm not seeing it. I'll probably have to go to Twitter. Let me see. Give me 1 second. I heard somebody hop up in backstage too. Oh.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Coral Beauty. To accept, press 1.
What's up, Coral Beauty? Hello? Uh-oh. I'm gonna let me see. Are you gonna call again, Coral? Or can you wanna hop up on panel? She was trying to call last night and then she was trying to call this morning.
CJ's fine, don't worry.
Yeah, where oh. Let me see. You didn't have to hop down. Sorry about that. No, you didn't have to hop down, Joe. It's called Perception Isn't Always Reality. Okay, let me go to that. The Forgotten? Okay, perception isn't always reality. Part 1. Okay, give me 1 second. If you want to try and call back, let's see, hold on. I just made a playlist on my channel. Okay. I'm actually on there right now and I'm saving them here. Let's see, part 2. Part 3. And part 4. So there's, oh no, there's more than that. Part 3. Holy crap. Part 4. Part 5. Okay. All right, if you want to call back, go ahead and call back. Otherwise, I'm going to go ahead and keep going with the show here. I'll wait 30 seconds, and then I'm going to go ahead and get the show going, and I'll have to shut it off. And then we'll go ahead and open it up again after the next video and segment that we talked about. Let's see, I will add a game later. Okay. There we go. What's up? They'll go ahead and
Hello, I'm
What's
sorry about that. I just thought because she called last night, I jumped down and she would ring back. So I do apologise for just jumping off like that.
No. Oh, no, you're good.
Okay. I'm sorry about that, Coral Beauty. CJ, I've been reading about this case today. I didn't know anything about it. And I've been studying it all afternoon. And, it's
Crazy.
really, really sad. Yeah, and Alford play. That is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy. And I just wanted to say, there was a case like this in the UK, CJ. And her name was Sophie Lancaster. And her boyfriend was called Robert Maltby. And they were goths. Long black coats, long black hair, black makeup on. And they were walking through a park and they got attacked by a group of kids. They got kicked, punched, kicked in the head. I can say that, can't I, CJ? Is that all right?
Yeah, you just have to be careful when it comes to names of people that aren't convicted and substances. That's it.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to say anything like that. There was a group of children, actually, younger boys that were convicted. They're actually out of prison now. So they actually kicked, punched them. She was on the floor with her hands
So
over
it
her
kind of
head.
happened the same way.
Yeah, and they took them both to hospital and they were both put in intensive care, but the parents wanted them showing, all over the press because, they'd been attacked for being gothic, for being different. I mean, I don't give a shit, basically, what you look like, I don't care if you're, a man, a woman who wants to be a man. I don't care. And so they put them on life support. And sadly, Sophie passed away. Robert is alive, but Sophie passed away. And it was so sad, CJ, just for being different. And eventually they found the boys. I think they were all in the ages of like 15, 16. they were very young, CJ,
Oh,
and they
so
just
they
picked
did
on
find
them.
him?
Yeah, they did
The
find them.
people who committed the crime, or what?
Yeah, they got them. Yeah, they got them.
Yeah.
It was a group of children, about 15, 16, and it just reminded
Oh,
me of
wow.
that. You know, with those boys getting arrested just for looking different. You know, and they were talking about devil worshipping or something, and they were putting it down to, well, because they like the music that they like, you know,
Well, yeah, this
they
took place.
they
This was
must be
taking
into
place
devil
in
worshipping.
the
That's
early
right.
90s, when the whole like censorship and parental advisory and labels
Yeah.
on records and movies and all that
Yes.
stuff started coming out, because a lot of people were blaming what they were doing on the music or the movies they were watching,
Yeah.
you know, or even lyrics, you know, to songs.
Yes, sure. Yeah,
Um,
and you know what? They
you know,
blame
even rap
everything.
music was being hit up
Oh,
hard
yeah.
back then too.
And, yeah, and also I remember computer games as well. Oh, they're playing Call of Duty, you know, so they, you know, they must be, you know, SKs. Pathetic. Blame everything on something. But I just wanted to say that, CJ. I'm not going to take up any of your time, but that was like, it just kind of reminded me and hit a nerve with that. And I'm really, really sad that the case has been closed. Because, you know, I'm really sad, CJ, because the parents haven't got answers. There's no answers for them. You know, there's just no answers at all. It's disgusting. I can't believe. And when I thought, what's an alpha play? So I kind of looked at it and thought, oh my God, you got to plead guilty. You know, even though I thought, oh my God. But you know what, CJ? Somebody said to you, you know, oh right, well, I'll tell you what, CJ, you've done 18 years, we'll let you go. But you've got to say you're guilty. You know, you take it in a heartbeat, wouldn't you? So I think there's kind of a bit of blackmail, if you know what I mean. I don't know.
Right, yeah, kind of in a way, yeah. You know
Of
what I
course
mean?
we all
Yeah.
would. Yeah, of course we all would. And, you know, at the end of
Like
the
you
day,
cut your
you
foot
know,
off to save your body, kind of thing, you know?
that's the
Yeah.
one. That's it, CJ. That's one. But like I say, I'm still looking into it, and I've watched a couple of things on here today, a couple of videos and stuff, and I've never heard of it, and I don't
crazy.
know why. Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't know why,
it's crazy.
CJ, because I'm really good at stuff like this, so I don't understand why. But I'm absolutely. And the case is closed, and you know, like I say, parents no answers, just no answers. Can they actually open that again? Can it be opened?
I don't know. They have evidence of somebody else, and they've had evidence of somebody else when it,
Right.
you know, but the thing is it's been 30 years. It's already
That's
been
what-
through the
yeah.
court process, you know, it's a long process, you know, for all of that to take place. And, you know, just like in
Sure,
chat, there's still people that think that there's guilt and innocence even afterwards. So
Oh yes.
it's definitely
So,
worth exploring.
yeah, we've all got difference of opinions. What was I going to ask? It might sound stupid, this, but after sort of nearly being 30 years, this case, will they still keep that evidence, or will it have been destroyed? It's been
Well,
30 years.
Who knows?
Yeah, I don't know. I really
How
don't
good
know.
is the evidence 30 years later? You know,
Yeah.
witnesses,
Oh, God, yeah.
you know, you know, after that long, a lot of the evidence, you know, fades over time, whether it's statements or
Yeah, sure.
witnesses or even some of the evidence itself, you know.
Yeah, sure. That's what I was thinking. I thought, I wonder if, you know, the evidence is, if they've destroyed it, got rid of it, 'cause it's been 30 years. And I thought, oh, yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't know. So, but I didn't want to sound stupid by asking that question, because it's just,
No,
I'm
you're
just
not stupid.
curious. That was all.
No way,
So,
no
thank you
question
for
is a
taking
dumb
my,
question.
yeah, thank you for taking my call, CJ. And I will see and speak to you soon.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Are you going to be
Oh,
up late tonight?
I don't know yet. I might do for a while. And thanks to everybody in chat for your kind messages. It means a lot to me. I'm really grateful to you. So
Yeah,
thanks
when
a
are you
lot,
going
CJ.
live? Are you going to go
I
live?
am hoping for the next couple of weeks. I've got some home improvements going on at the moment. So when that's
Okay.
been done, I'm hoping to do the first live, but I'm really nervous. I put
Well, let
myself
me
on
know
camera the other day and I was scared.
if you need help, okay? And I'll
I
help you
will.
out.
Oh, CJ, thank you. Do you know
Yeah.
what? I really appreciate it. I really do. So thank you very much. Take care,
Yeah.
everyone. See you,
Yeah.
CJ.
Peace. Thank you.
All
Yeah.
right. Bye.
Yeah. See you later. Yeah. If you want help, you know what I'm saying. I'll be there. Whether you need me in chat to help out, you want me to be up on panel with you to help maneuver things, you could even go live. And if you're nervous, I could always handle the screen share for you if you wanted. So I could present whatever you were talking about when you were talking about it. And, whatever you need to help. I'm down for always helping the other channels, whether it's helping them set up StreamYard, helping them come up with ideas, helping them learn how to run the programs, learn what programs to use. When it comes to this YouTube show stuff, um, definitely willing to help out anybody. So, and I know Skittles is going to be starting her show soon. What's up, Cherry Cherry? I know Skittles will be starting her show soon as well. Pappy Man, YouTube bro. And I'd even like to feature you guys on shows. All of you. We did have JoJo on for a show. Skittles, I'd like to feature you for a show. Pappy Man, I'd like to feature you for a show. You could always use it as just like a practice before you go live. Hang out on here for an evening, get the comfort of being on a live for a couple hours, and then I can help you, do StreamYard and give you tips and pointers and advice and quotes and all sorts of stuff when it comes to everything that you need to do in order to run one of these things. And yeah, I'll be there for sure on your first live if you ever need me as well. I've done it with a lot of people already, and I'm gonna keep doing it no matter what, because it's all about that effort. You know what I mean? I give 150 until I get less than 100, and then it changes. So yeah, congrats. What's up, Jessica? Class at 81. Still love that. So I see there's a come to yours. Oh yeah, dude, it was great having you on the other night, man. You're more than welcome to join tonight. I know you're having storms though. No, it's all about that. Kevin helped out Kevin. Rory helped out Rory. Um, me and Silky. Like, there's a lot of people out there that I just love helping. You know what I'm saying? Because I know, like, I put me in their position, and I didn't have anybody to help me do all that shit. I had to learn it all on my own. I had to figure it all out myself. Everything. So, and I wish that I would have just had somebody that would have just said, "Hey, dude, go to this link, and this is how you make this work." Instead, it was a lot of time and energy and effort just trying to learn, and that's a lot of the problem. There's talented people out there, very talented people out there, and the one obstacle, sometimes the biggest obstacle they have, is the opportunity. And the opportunity can exist when somebody can just tell you, "Hey bro," or "Hey lady, go to this link. I'll do a screen share with you on an offline StreamYard. I'll walk you through it, show you as you're doing it on yours so you don't have any questions, show you how to record, so that way when we are in a StreamYard, you can record what I'm showing you. So then if you ever need to go back to it, you can just rewatch the episode that you recorded on your own StreamYard of me helping you. It's a beautiful thing, and it really, the talented people, it's like boom, right away, let's get you out there. You know what I mean? And like I said, it's if you get to the top of the hill and you're by yourself, How much fun is that? It's boring. You want the biggest party you can have when you get to the top of the hill. So why not help everybody? You know what I mean? I wasn't the first. I'm not the last. But I will always be there to help somebody no matter what, especially the smallest person out there, because they're the one that deserves it the most. They have the most obstacles. Yes, exactly. It's about the energy, the vibe, right? Oh, I appreciate you. I never expect 150 back from anybody, honestly. All I expect is 101 to 125, and I'll still always give you 150. Thank you so much for the super chat donation, Rachel. I appreciate that. I only need 101 to 125, and I'll still give you the 150. Movie buff. Why are we typing numbers in there? What's up with the numbers? See if CJFYI sent you an email. Okay. Let me check it here in a second. We'll get into this next video. Now we'll get into that other channel here in a little bit. I did want to go to Damien's actual channel because there's some things that I have already prepped for that, and then we'll be getting to some of that other stuff too. We're not going to go crazy late. We're going to go late, not crazy late. We're going to have a couple games of Deal or No Deal at the end, and then I might hop on and do a stream members only after that. Oh, somebody asked how old I was? Well, damn, I wasn't looking at the ages then. All right. So give me 1 second here. Now my turn. I've already said how old I was. That was a debate a long time ago. So here's this channel. And we'll watch one episode. I'll open up for a phone call real quick in between, and then we'll watch the next episode after that. Yeah, I feel like I'm 20-something, Pappy. That's right. Everybody always wonders, like, where do you get all this energy? It's like, I don't know. I feel young and I got coffee. You know what I mean? I'm just a puppy. All right, everybody. All right, let's get into this. This first episode is only like 6 to 10 minutes. I'll open up for a quick phone call in between, and then we'll watch the second episode. So this is Damien's YouTube channel. And if you guys want to, because this isn't going to be the first show that I talk about this case. So anybody that, good evening, Sherry. If anybody, would like, when it comes to, because there's a lot of information, and I want to respect both sides. Okay, there's a lot of information that they're of their innocence. Okay, now when it comes to the information of the guilt, if you can do me a favor, send me the emails or the Twitter messages, and I will go ahead and put a segment together for that as well. So then we could also explore the reasons why some of the community feels that they are still guilty. So I want to be able to explore both sides of this for sure. Okay. Let me see here. What's up, P Fox? Yes, that's a great movie. I loved Interview with the Vampire. But I love the Lost Boys movie because uh, I've always been into the Doors, and Strange Days was on that movie, and that's one of my ultimate favorite songs from the Doors is Strange Days. I love singing that song too. That's speaking of karaoke, um, I changed my channel name to The Lounge. So definitely go give a sub to The Lounge if you want to ever hang out for some open panel karaoke sometime. We'll be doing that in the future here. Plus movie nights, Tales from the Crypt, stuff like that. It's just a way for us to be able to hang back and kick it. And, the wrist slaps are to a minimum. You know what I mean? Like, this is the main stage. This is the main stage for the show. At the lounge, that's like the after party. That's where you go kick it after the main stage. You go back to the lounge after the show. Yes, it is a great soundtrack. Yes, especially if you read all the poetry. Yes. It's stuff I was into that stuff when I was younger. Like you just when you read all that poetry, it's like colorful. Um, it's like when you're reading it, it's like colorful animations just flowing through your head because you're just imagining all these different uh, visual and uh, perspectives. Just even not only on the poetry, but the words that were being used, the intricate words that were being used to describe a very highly detailed painting, but in a few words. Uh, Crazy stuff. Thank you, Scarlett. Yes. Wow, you got it. Oh yeah, River Phoenix. That's right. River Phoenix was in that movie too. All right, so here's going to be the first episode. This is things that help me survive solitary confinement. Now, this might be triggering as well. So I'm going to put up the graphic warning in case there is some graphic discussion when it comes to that. Let me see here. So let me see here, actually. This is one where he discusses destroyed evidence and life after. I'm going to play that and I'll just split it in two and I'll open up for a phone call in between, okay? But definitely all those are on Damien Eccles. This one is actually on THV11 again. So I'm going to go back to that actually, and we'll just split that one up in two. Yeah, and there's the lounge channel if you want to go sub to that if you're ever interested in hanging out over there. That will usually be like a Saturday night kind of thing when I'm not doing a show on this channel. I'll probably be doing stuff on that when it comes to karaoke, movies, and stuff like that. And honestly, I don't know. I might be on tomorrow night. We'll see. But I doubt it. I think I'm going to have, if I do a show tomorrow night, it's probably going to end early, but I'll let you know. So THV11 again. And you already have Damien's YouTube if you want to check that out. But we'll get into some of those videos in a future episode. Okay, so let me save that. And we'll split this up in two. And then we'll open up the phone lines. And here's a link if anybody else would like to hop up in panel. What's up, Steve W? because they never convicted an innocent man. There's definitely people that feel both ways, that's sure. Pam. Yeah, no, for real. I want to be able to do both sides. You know what I'm saying? So, I do have a lot of information on the innocence. So please, on the next episode, I'll do a segment. If you want to send me the information on the guilt, please do, and we'll explore that as well. This is THV11. Damien Eccles talks life after death row and destroyed evidence in the West Memphis 3 case. And I'm going to be checking out something on Twitter here in the background, and I'll let you know. I'll let you know if it's something interesting.
How are you doing? What's going on in your life right now? What are you doing?
We are in the middle of a huge transition. I've lived in New York and Manhattan for almost the entire time I've been out, and we moved about a little over 3 weeks ago down to New Orleans. So we're still in the midst of unpacking and getting settled here and kind of settling into an entirely new way of life. But that's pretty much the big thing going on right now.
Why New Orleans? I'm just curious.
Well, it's as crazy. It's really hard to articulate, but I think New Orleans is probably the three most, the cities in the U.S. that have like the most character, the most spirit, the most soul to them are New York, New Orleans, and San Francisco. I think it was Tennessee Williams that said that. But it's like, as long as I'm in the U.S., I would like to be in one of those cities. Those are like just these hubs of culture and activity and music and food, interesting people. It's just like the best of everything seems to come together in those spots. And I spent a lot of time, I spent almost 20 years in prison. I missed a lot of stuff. So when it comes to really experiencing life, those are the kind of places that I want to be. Places where stuff is going on, energy is moving. There's a lot of things happening to kind of make up for lost time.
Obviously, today is the 10-year anniversary of when you were released from prison, off death row, off the Alford plea. I mean, 10 years, does it feel like it's been 10 years?
Yes and no. When I think about it sometimes, I don't think about prison very much anymore, unless, it's like a day like today when something comes up to remind you. So in one aspect, it feels like it's been an eternity, almost like it was someone else that all of that happened to. But in other ways, whenever an occasion arises where I do think about then, it seems almost like it was yesterday. I can still close my eyes and I can still see every detail of the cell I was in, from the cracks in the concrete floor to the pattern of the concrete on the walls, the
Yeah, the smell even.
Still see it like I'm still there even after 10 years. So that's a difficult question to answer, because in some ways it feels like it was literally lifetimes ago, like trying to remember a past life. And in other ways, it feels like it was just yesterday. And I look around me sometimes and it's like, I'm actually out. I'm alive, I made it. So there's still that kind of shock that goes along with it too. And I don't know if that'll ever fade, to be honest.
Well, and kind of jumping off that question, and you may have this similar answer, but I mean, what does today mean to you? What did today 10 years ago? What does it mean?
It was really, it's kind of, I always think of it as like my second birthday. It was a day of being reborn back into the world. A day that I did not know if it was ever going to come or not. But there was also, we had to take an Alford plea, and we had this constant kind of threat hanging over our head, where we had to agree to this 10-year suspended sentence type of thing, where if anything went wrong during that 10-year time period, technically I could have been sent back to death row, or at least prison. So there was always that, which makes today is the end of that. It's over. So it's like this was something for a long time that when I looked at this day, I thought that's the day when I will finally be free of, the state system, the prison apparatus. But now there's so much new stuff going on in the case that even though the 10 years is over, I'm still not free, because we have this stuff going on right now where we are, we've been trying for probably the past 2 years to have new DNA testing done in the case. And we're still trying to do that. So in some ways, even though that 10-year period is over, we're still caught in this cycle, still trapped in the system.
And talk to me about that, because that's why I interviewed your attorney. One of your attorneys originally was this evidence, the crucial evidence, what the little boys were tied with, shoelaces, all that stuff. That's just gone. West Memphis Police Department is saying, oh, there's a fire. And I listened to Jillian's podcast that you were on, and I'm actually talking to her after you. So you said how a reporter had actually FOIA'd all the fires that happened in certain city buildings and found none. Yes. Ever since mid-July, when I started doing this story, I've called the police department. I got a call back from them yesterday, and they told me to call the city attorney, which is what Jillian said she's been in. It's just a circle of call this person, call this person. Yes. So y'all been
at least you're getting that, though. We're not even getting that. Like in the beginning, like I said, we set this process in motion somewhere around 2 years ago. When I got out of prison, one of the reasons that I got out was because they were capable of doing DNA testing after 20 years that they weren't able to do back in 1993. Well, now that technology has advanced even more, so they could do things like they use a kind of technology where they could have taken the ligatures that the children were tied with and used this kind of DNA testing that actually vacuums skin cells out of the ligatures. So the only person's DNA who would be in those knots is the person who tied those knots. So we had a chance to conclusively show once and for all who committed these murders. And when we first set the process in motion, the prosecutor, the attorney general, everybody in the case was saying, yeah, absolutely. Let's test this. We'll help you out. We have a problem with this. And then we would wait for a couple of months and nothing would happen. They would never send the evidence to the lab. No testing would occur and it would just be radio silence. So then we would, start the process again, asking them, what's going on? Do you want to, are you still okay with this testing? And they would say, yeah, sure, absolutely. And then for the next few months, radio silence again. Finally, a short while ago, I'm not sure exactly how long ago it was at this point, but they admitted that they had destroyed the evidence. They don't even know exactly how it was destroyed. They're saying that maybe it was destroyed in a fire that happened in the evidence room. But Mara Leverett, a reporter in Arkansas, filed a FOI with the police, not the police department, but the fire department, asking for a list of all the fires that had taken place over the past decade. And they said only one fire had happened in a city-owned building, and it was in a building that housed chlorine tanks. So unless for some strange reason the police were housing, evidence in a murder case in a building where chlorine tanks were stored, it's a very improbable excuse. So who knows what they've done with it? Who knows if it was actually destroyed? Who knows if it was destroyed on purpose or by accident or what it was? Everything's in limbo right now. So we filed a motion with the courts asking for a hearing to get to the bottom of this, that we all show up in court and they have to tell us or show us some chain of custody. Who was the last person to have this evidence? Where was it housed at? What happened to it? And they will not answer anything. The only way that we will get answers to this is if we go back to court, and that's what we're pushing right now.
How does that make you feel? You were in prison, solitary confinement, on death row for so long. These crucial pieces of evidence that could prove y'all's innocence, which is what you and Jesse and Jason have been fighting for all these years, and it's just poof, gone. I mean, I can't imagine what does that feel like?
Well, it's incredibly frustrating for a bunch of different reasons. You know, this could be over with. There's no reason for this. This is crazy, but it seems like this has been their MO from the very beginning. Basically stall for time. You know, every time anything happens to bring attention to this case, what they always do is lay low, stay silent, and hope that eventually something else will happen that will draw people's attention away from it, and they can kind of squirm out from under it. That is still the same thing they are doing to this day. But it's, you know, for me, this is my life. So I'm not going to go away. I'm not going to stop pushing this. You know, we'll take this. Our next step, if we don't get any help in the state level courts, is we will go to the Arkansas Supreme Court. So we're not just going to let go of it, no matter how long they just, you know, lie quietly and hope it'll blow over. So that's incredibly frustrating.
How does it make you feel that y'all aren't letting go of it, but so much of not just Arkansas, the world, the country has not let go of this case? What does that support, past, present, future, mean?
Oh, I tell people all the time that I know to the core of my soul that the only reason the state did not murder me and sweep this case under the rug was because people all over the world were paying attention to it. People were watching what they were doing. Most people are not that fortunate. They're not that lucky. You know, they estimate now that maybe as many as 1 out of 10 people who are executed are innocent. You know, if 1 out of 10 planes crashed, people would demand that something be done about the airline system before they would feel safe flying again. But most people don't know anyone that is caught in this situation. So it kind of, you know, just keeps flowing and going. But, you know, and another thing that I should probably tell you, this will be odd. I have a kind of brain trauma from being in solitary confinement for 10 years. I've actually been working with a neurologist in New York we were doing kind of a test to see, basically they think that long-term solitary confinement has a lot of the same effects on the human psyche that things like, you remember a few years ago, the football players, the concussions that had such long-term effects on their lives afterwards. They think that I have something very, very similar to that due to being in solitary confinement for so long. I lost things like facial recognition, voice recognition. The reason I'm bringing this up is because I will forget what I'm talking about right in the middle of a sentence sometime. And the reason I'm telling you this is because I just forgot what question you asked me.
Oh my gosh. Well, no, I mean, definitely. And that's, to me, one of those things where in the podcast, when you were talking, you were like, you hadn't seen a computer. You didn't even know once you got out, like what anything was. So my question was, how does it feel that support, people are still supporting y'all?
Right. I honestly believe to the core of my being that is the only way, that is the only thing that will ever ensure that we see any sort of closure in this case. If not for people paying attention, if not for the rest of the world wanting to see some sort of closure here, I believe they would do the same thing they've always done, downplay it, don't even address it, just let it slip on by and hope they get out from under it. The only thing that will bring closure to this case, the only thing that saved my life when I was in prison, and the only thing that gave me any hope when I was in there, was the fact of how many people cared about this, constantly watched it, were always paying attention to it, and offering love and support. You know, I know from firsthand experience how invaluable that is. That is what saved my life. So it's something that to this day I am still incredibly appreciative for.
And you said closure, and I personally, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't really think justice will ever be served. Where are you with that? I mean, people may say like, oh, if they can do the DNA testing, y'all will finally get justice.
Yes.
Is that true?
That's exactly why I use the word closure instead of justice, because there can be no justice in this case. Justice means to balance, to make right, to restore what was done wrong. You can't do that in this situation. Nothing that happens in this situation is going to bring those 3 children back. Nothing that happens in this situation is going to give me or the other 2 men convicted 20 years of our lives back. You know, while I was sitting in the county jail waiting to go to trial for this, my son was born, who is now in his mid-20s. He grew up never even knowing me as his father. I never even had a chance to develop a normal parent-child relationship with him.
And that's sad
Nothing that they
too.
ever do is going to bring that back.
Wow.
You know, like the thing with my memory, you know, the brain trauma, nothing is going to fix that. So there.
That's sad too. A son grew up, didn't even know about him. But again, we're going to explore both sides coming up. So if you do feel there's guilt, please send me the information and we'll explore that too in another segment in a future show as well. Thank you for the super sticker, GP. I appreciate that. Coffee. Thank you. I appreciate that so much. It's my favorite one. Yep, GP. It's my favorite one. Got that big cup and it's just splashing all over the place in that super sticker. I'm not sure. I didn't pay attention to that. I'm going to go ahead and open up the phone lines real quick for a 10 or 15 minute phone call. So if you have something you want to say, and you can keep it in 10 or 15 minutes, please do. Phone number is 812-250-8484. I'll put the phone number in the top left of the screen for you. And go ahead and call if you'd like to call real quick. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. I hope that it gets out there, this episode and then these future ones. And like I said, we're going to start covering the Mallory Beach case here coming up next week. We're going to be doing a Flora episode on Thursday. We got some different shows coming up that also need some attention. So please hang out for those two. I appreciate your guys' support. So I'll go ahead and wait a few minutes for a phone call if you'd like to make a phone call. Other than that, we'll get back to this video, and then I can always open up the phone lines after that. And I'll send out another panel invite after the video's over as well. Oh my gosh. Wow. Wow. What's up, Diva? Let's see, did Ed show? I don't know. I don't think so. This isn't the first episode. We'll be going into it more. And I'll wait just a few. I need to get me a little timer that I can set in front of me. So let me see here. I'll wait 3 more minutes for a phone call. And hey, it is, especially when I was going through the Wikipedia. Man, when I was reading that was tough. That was tough. It is. It's crazy with the similarities, right? Oh, thank you so much, GP. Appreciate that. Yeah, Chalk Baby had a busy night. Who was the governor? Oh my gosh. Wait. No, because Clinton was president in 92, so who was the governor? Yes, I love documentaries too. Seriously, sub to the Lounge channel. We can watch documentaries, we can watch movies. I've already done it before, so I know what I'm able to do and what I can't. We're just not able to do it on this channel anymore. So that's basically a lounge where we just kick it. This is the True Crime World Events. Over there, we just kick it. We can watch movies, movie night, all that stuff. If you guys want to, we can make it a Saturday night thing where we always just hang out at the lounge on Saturday nights. And for all you football fans out there, we'll be covering sports, basketball too, NBA. We'll be covering sports, and I will be having fantasy sports leagues going on. And I'm also going to be doing the LA Noir game over there where we solve crimes. This thing here, I'll put it up real quick. Just if you don't know what the game is, go check it out. LA Noir. If it's going to come up. It'll be coming up here. I have to play it on the lounge because you have to be able to listen to the audio, and the video I will get slapped real hard if I try and do it on here. So that game I actually have to play it. But that's where you help me investigate crimes. It's open world, and it's also story based. Definitely check out the trailer, the LA Noir. It's going to be a lot of fun, and we can have open panel where everybody helps me investigate crimes and do interrogations. It'll be neat. Also, a lot of other stuff too, karaoke, all that stuff. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and go back to this video here, and then I'll open up the phone line and I'll put out another panel link after the rest of this is over. Again, we are a little halfway through on this, and we will get back to this, and we will chat here in about 12 minutes.
You know, I like the thing with my memory, you know, the brain trauma. Nothing is going to fix that. So there is.
That's right, Cat K, Dallas Cowboys,
you know,
baby.
Even
And
my
the
wife,
Cavs.
she spent her entire life savings paying for legal fees, paying for phone calls with me to the prison. That, you know, that's gone. That's her life savings. There are so many different aspects of this situation, and not just for me, not just for the other two guys convicted, not just for the children, but the families. You know, this situation, this case radiated out like ripples, affecting dozens, if not hundreds of lives in different ways. You know, our families, the victims' families, everybody suffered horrendously in this case. Nothing is ever going to fix that. So I don't use the word justice, but maybe somehow, some way, there can be at least a sense of closure that allows people to, you know, you're never going to completely let go of something like this. It leaves marks on you, it leaves scars, but at least maybe there can be some sense of closure for everybody involved.
And last couple questions for you. Looking back 10 years ago, and the person you are now, how much have you changed just as a person from this day 10 years ago when you were released from prison to now you're sitting in New Orleans ready to take on a new life, new city?
Oh, yeah, I've in the time that I've been out, in that 10 years, I have probably been, this may sound odd, but I've probably been like 5 different people, just because I had to, you know, I got out when I was 37 years old. I had to learn things when I was approaching the age of 40 that most people in today's world spend their entire lives learning. You know, when I got out of prison, like you were saying a while ago, I had not seen a computer since 1986. I did not know how to use a cell phone. I had never owned a debit card or used an ATM. All of those things were stuff that I had to learn, you know, completely from scratch. And it, in a way, it's almost like, it really is, I think, comparable to being dropped off on an alien planet and expected to just automatically know what to do, how to operate, how to function, how to live your life. And that wasn't possible. Getting out of prison was almost
He's got a really good way with words too when it comes to describing it with respect, you know?
As hard for me as going into prison. Coming out into the world was almost as hard for me to adapt and adjust to as being sent to death row was. You know, so much so that I had a nervous breakdown whenever I first got out of prison, just from the, you know, I not only had I been in prison for almost 20 years, but I'd been in solitary confinement for almost the last decade.
Hey, Caroline, do me a favor. Will you email me and I'll definitely promote that? Okay. Just give me whatever information I need and we'll promote that, okay? That's a really great idea.
So I go from solitary confinement for almost a decade.
I need to run for
out here where
office
you're
one day.
bombarded with constant stimulus, you know, things you're having to learn all the time. And it was more
I need to run for some kind of office.
than I could take in a lot of ways. So I had to spend a lot of time recuperating, adjusting, learning. And the learning process, you know, as long as we're learning new things, we are continually becoming different people. You know, if you look back over the past 10 years of your life and you're the same person that you were 10 years ago, it means you probably haven't learned very much. You probably haven't grown very much.
You know, if I do, though, I can't wear that red cap backwards, could I? Or should I? No, not President Pam. I'm talking like local or state. Local or state is what I would do. Well, that one guy does wear a hoodie, so I guess I could wear a hoodie and my cap, right? Because he's like a state rep. So I could wear my hoodie and I could wear my cap. I'll take it a step farther.
You haven't done very much. So that's why I say it's almost like being different people for me, is because
What's
during
up, Ray?
that 10-year time period, I have almost had to cram an entire lifetime of learning and experience into a decade.
Wow. So tell me, y'all are moving forward with this. If
They
don't
probably
hear
would,
you, y'all
Gray.
are going to go to the Arkansas Supreme Court. I know Jillian has been posting stuff on Twitter. There's a lot of people doing stuff. People that have been supporters from the beginning, people that are becoming supporters now with all this new stuff. What are y'all asking them to do? What do people need to do? I mean, you said it before, these supporters saved your life. So what can they do now?
I guess one of the main things is just to let the people involved know that this isn't going to be forgotten. You know, that people are going to continue to pay attention to this, whether that means writing letters to elected officials like the prosecutor, the attorney general, or, you know, just like Jillian is doing, posting stuff on the internet, or, you know, like us talking about this right here. The most important thing is just to keep pressure on them so that they realize this is not going to relent. You know, if we end up having to go back in court, then I'm honestly, I'm just asking everyone, please show up at the courtroom, you know, pack the courtroom so that they see that the world cares about this, that it's not just going to fade away.
So just so I understand, and I'm gonna talk to Patrick later today to understand the legal stuff, because I don't want to talk to you about that, but so they just haven't responded at all.
They are complete.
There you go, Scarlett. All of us hardworking individuals that chill in hoodies. Damn straight.
Completely dead silent. And they're actually technically breaking laws. Like, it is illegal for them not to respond to an FOI, you know, request. But they're acting like we're not even sending it. Like we may as well just be throwing the paperwork off a cliff, which is blatantly, obviously illegal. It's like they don't even care about the fact that they are breaking the law.
Yeah, that's insane. And are Jason and Jesse, are their attorneys on this too? Would all of y'all be together?
Not yet. Mine are the ones, just because we have been the ones that have been the most involved with trying to get the testing done and keep this moving forward. But I'm sure if it progresses to a point, you know, where we actually have to show up in court and all that sort of stuff, then I'm positive that their attorneys will join in also.
Yeah. Is there anything else at all you want to say, Damien? Anything else about today, or just anything in general that I didn't ask you about?
I guess the only thing that I would say is thank you to the people of Arkansas and to the people of the entire world for paying attention to this. Like I said a while ago, you are what saved my life, not the judicial system.
See what I'm saying? And that's why we do what we do when, even though we don't have degrees and we don't work in the field, some of us, or haven't, it's still about bringing light to this stuff. Now, I am going to explore the other side in a future segment, but as in this part, in this segment, this is why we also do what we do, and I'll explain it on the other segment as well.
If it wasn't for your love, if it wasn't for your support, and if it wasn't for your attention, I would not be sitting here talking to you right now. I would have been dead a long time ago, and they would have moved on and maybe even done this to someone else. So thank you so much for that.
What gets you through? What are you passionate about? What is getting you through now to just move on to the future?
Well, I do, I teach people, I do classes, I do retreats, I do workshops, things like that, teaching people a lot of the techniques, the meditations, the energy work, things like that, that allowed me to survive, not just survive when I was in there, but also, thrive, keep growing and changing and learning, even, locked in a box for 10 years. These are the things that when I was in there, to be honest, I found what I loved while I was in prison, which is a lot of what I'm still doing to this day. So there were times when I would be so involved in the learning process and in what I was doing with these practices and these techniques, that I would even almost forget about the fact that I was in prison. You would wake up early in the morning and you're just excited to get going on another day, to see what you're going to learn today.
That had to be so tough.
Because that's really what, meditation and energy work and all these sorts of things are. It's an internal exploration. And since I could not explore or look at the external world outside that box, I had to turn internal. I had to start, journeying, discovering the internal planes, the internal landscape. And I became incredibly passionate about that. It was in a strange way, being in prison was almost in some ways like a gift, because it allowed me to discover things that to this day out here, I am still incredibly passionate about, love doing, love talking about. And I'm fortunate enough in that I have now been surrounded by a group of people who, they don't know me as the guy who was on death row for 20 years. They know me as the guy that they're learning this stuff from, the guy who's writing books on this, the guy who's, doing TV shows or documentaries about these topics now. So in a very real way, the thing that saved my life in prison is still what I'm passionate about out here. And it's what is still allowing me to grow and change and evolve.
That is so cool. I don't know many people that probably have that realization in prison. So it just shows, again, your character and who you are.
Not me. It's one of those things people don't understand. Like we kind of get this idea like about people on death row, that people in prison or people on death row are like these almost like insane genius psychopath Hannibal Lecter type people, and that is not a reality at all. The average IQ of a person on death row is 85. That is 15 points below average. That is not a person who has the capability of doing things like this. I would see people that would go in there and they would sit there and go stark raving insane. I would see people all the time. Just one example. One day this guy starts, he just snapped and started like beating the walls of his cell until his fists were just busted and bloody. And he was screaming that the devil was in his cell. And they take him out, wrap his hands up and throw him back in. That's it. You see people in there go insane all the time. There was a man who actually there were horrifying things in there. It wasn't like you're just in prison. I had probably been in prison for maybe 3 months, the first time I ever saw someone stabbed to death. This took place a few feet away from me. When you see something like that, it destroys something inside you. When I saw that, for the next 3 days, I could not stop crying. If you would have asked me, why are you crying? I could not have even told you why. All I knew was that something inside me had been broken in a way that felt like I was never going to be whole again. Like I had seen something that no human being should ever have to see. So you've got stuff like that. You've got people who, like the guy who goes crazy and beats his fist against the wall. You've got people, committing suicide. It is impossible to articulate to anyone out here who has never been in an environment or a world like that.
Right.
What it's truly like, how much it changes you as a person, how much it hurts you, breaks you on a soul level.
Wow. It's going crazy. Slow down. Damn, YouTube. Come on.
How are you?
Okay, there we go. Oof. Come on.
How are you doing?
Come
What's
on.
going on in your life right now? What are you doing?
We are in the middle of...
Okay. Sorry, we had to get through that real quick. All right, let me open up the phone line again. If you want to call, please do. Let me refresh Google Voice. Crazy. It is, isn't it? Definitely crazy. Here's the link to the panel as well, and we're going to be exploring some other stuff here. If you'd like to hop up. Also, we're going to be Truth and Transparency is doing a interview with Enon Harsh. That started about a half hour ago. So we'll be getting into some of that tonight as well. Love Truth and Transparency. It's so hard. I can't wait for the day that I can do a Monday through Friday, 8 to 4, 9 to 5. That's why I was live earlier today. Just being able to, I don't know. I really enjoy it. Being able to be on during the day. Also, when I was talking about on the last show, when it came to the possibility or an opportunity from my employment to be able to do the daytime show, however long I wanted, up to 7 weeks. But I don't know. Of course, I'm going to keep thinking about it until I have to fill out this stuff. It's myself and a lot of other individuals, just because the work is not, or the demand isn't meeting the output as much anymore. And so they're offering a lot of people that opportunity. And I don't know. I would love to be able to be on 8 to 4 Monday through Friday. It's just, with the way the economy is, it's just really hard. It's already hard to make it, when it comes to the cost of being able to run the show. The StreamYards, the Baptismos, the packages, so there's no commercials, the programs, all the stuff that is involved with it. I don't know. And then you add everything else when it comes to the bills and such. The being monetized the last month gave me an opportunity to kind of see what could be possible. The thing is, is, um, I don't know. It's like it would be one of those things where it's like stepping out on ice and you don't know how thick it is, but there's a lake underneath. And so I don't know. You know what I mean? And another thing is like, there's still more time to think about it, but uh, at the same time, good night, Scarlett. At the same time, it's like, you know, what if, after so many weeks goes by, that, who's to say that the demand doesn't drop even more? Um, so it could be one of those situations where maybe if I did take that break, it might be one of them situations where it's one of those things where, because so much time has gone by, maybe the market gets even worse. And it's one of those decisions where it's like, well, shoot, I don't want to be put in a position where I lose the livelihood, uh, based off of just financials. So with passion, you also have to have patience. And so I do have an equal balance of both. And even though I have the crazy passion to be able to do it and want to do it Monday through Friday during the daytime, um, I also have to be patient too. And even though it's a great opportunity to be able to test to see if I really could do the Monday through Friday for I just it's hard to step out on that ice when you don't know how thick it is. You know what's underneath. You know, that ice could crack, uh, not knowing how thick it is. And all of a sudden you go through the hole and you lose everything. And so I don't know. I guess I just have to practice a little more patience, even though I would love to be able to do that. I think if I was able to do the Monday through Friday, and good night, Rottweiler, thank you for hanging out. If I was able to do the Monday through Friday and have all of that 8 to 9 hours, uh, 8 to 9 hours to instead of going to the daily, I could then focus that 8 to 9 hours on a couple hours a night. So there's personal life every single night, and also dedicate another 6 hours to prep, to updates to the show, to improvements to the show, learning new programs, being available for more meetings, being available for scheduling purposes, just a lot of different things. Um, I would love to be able to, but I think at this point I just need to practice more patience and wait longer for the opportunity. So I don't know. I have until Monday morning, actually Monday afternoon before I leave work, to fill out the paperwork uh, when it comes to that. So I'm still thinking about it, but I don't know. After a night of thinking about it, I think I just need to practice some more patience. All right, so we don't have any phone calls coming through, so I'm going to go ahead and close those down. And let me see here. I'll go ahead and throw out the link to the panel again, and we'll get into this next video, and we'll check it out. And I'm still waiting on this other stuff in the background, but I am going to get to it in a little bit because I do want to show you the stuff that is on the Twitter account. So if you want to see what I'm talking about, let me see here. I will send you the link if you have a Twitter. All right. Uh-oh. What happened? Yeah, thank you so much, Rottweiler. I appreciate your help and your support, and everybody's. I do. Good night, GP. Thank you for your super sticker, your coffee. Thank you. Got me the second cup now. Second cup. Yeah, we'll be going into the Enon interview with Truth and Transparency. And Frank did an interview with Enon as well. But this is crazy. I thought he was subpoenaed or something, right? Cassie, that's your guys' fight. It's Phantom. It's Phantom's one of the OGs from the beginning. I appreciate you, Phantom. We've missed you, buddy. How's that popcorn and drink? You know, the special drink. Wonder what kind of attorney of the defense. I wish we could see. The trial. And I'm sorry if I get muffled sometimes and it sounds like I'm underwater. There's still some connection issues. So I got to get them called out here again. All right, so let me get back to my folder here. Now there's a bunch of episodes that are like really long. Okay, so this is something I came across here. William Ramsey, Occult Hollywood. So I'm going to share this channel with you guys. And I will throw this up. There we go. Okay, so this is like a 12-minute video, and this is LE video or something like that from the scene. Let me see what it says. LE video of the crime scene. And I'll put the link in chat for this video as well. And thank you all for your links and articles and information. Wow, that's some old footage.
This is looking east, upstream.
Wow. Just how blurry it was back then.
This is looking south on the north bank. The bottom trail south of what they call Turtle Hill.
Wow, look at all that shrubbery and vegetation.
The area has grown up considerably with a lot more. This is looking west on the bottom trail.
And we'll be going into that Enon Harsh with Truth and Transparency in about 20 minutes.
South of Turtle Hill. And
Yeah, this is a lot of vegetation.
On the base of the trail at Turtle Hill.
I know, right, SRB? Wow. Unless it...
Looking southwest from the top of Turtle Hill.
Interesting video.
Looking at the crime scene.
looking north from Turtle Hill. I'm shooting southwest up Turtle Hill from the center of the crime scene. I'm going to make a full 360-degree pan of the area.
Wow. Okay.
The noise you hear is tractor and trailers at the Blue Beacon Truck Wash. Once again, the trail at Turtle Hill. The view where the
Thank
bodies
you for this link.
were found.
You guys showed up with the information in the links. Thank you so much.
Note the sandbags,
Sandbags.
the far north end of the area.
What? Sandbags.
The marking on the tree. And the sandbags at the south end of the area.
What? At least there's close-ups with how fuzzy this footage is, you know?
There's some lattice work found on the hill
What a video.
southeast of the crime scene.
You think so, Cherry Cherry?
View of the crime scene from the southeast.
Oh, okay. Oh. What the heck? Oh my gosh, Caroline. They were
This is
underwater.
from the north looking south at the possible crime scene.
They were underwater?
This is a view of the east bank.
Yeah, we need to find out what these sandbags. Why was there sandbags there? What is it, part of the crime scene, or did... Does anybody know? Yeah, let me know if somebody if you can send me an article or a video or something referring to what these sandbags, what the whole
This is
sandbag
a
thing was.
well-used trail from the area
Not that they would mess with
going west.
sandbags, but that it was used in a crime, or LE used them to hold the water back, something. I apologize, Tennessee. I got a crap load of links. A lot of emails. Can you do me a favor and just send that one to me again, please? And I'll go into that one next.
Again, the well-used trail leading into the crime scene from the rear, the
The
Blue Beacon truck
well-used
wash
trail.
going east.
Truck wash. Hold on a second. What did he just say? By the truck wash?
From the rear, the Blue Beacon truck wash going east.
From the rear of the Blue Beacon truck wash? Where? Okay, where? Does anybody have like a GPS waypoint of where the crime scene is? I figured if it was, because where's all the water? You know what I mean? Like where, okay, where, this obviously isn't behind it. Oh, well, this was, hold on. This is right now. Can I switch it to another date? Hold on. All right, let's go right here. Okay, so there's the car wash. No. There's the car wash. So this is behind it right here. May 22. How do I change the date? Zoom in to the right side of the long patch of green grass. Maybe I'm the overhead shot you had. This? Whoa. Oh, come on. Oh. So it was literally, okay, hold on. So it was literally over here somewhere. Like it was in this grass patch. It was in that grass patch. Are you serious? It was in that grass patch back there. Wow. It's too bad I couldn't. Can I? Hold on. Right here. Uh, so right there in the drainage, there's a new truck stop since then. I wish I could see an old photo. See more dates. September 2007. Two 2016. Ooh, can I go back to 2007 from here now? Let me see. So if this is 2007, what about right here? See more dates. $2007. It looks like this, well, and then even after that, it was 20 years, 25 years. So, dang. Will it still? No. Okay, let me get back to that video. I just kind of wanted to see exactly where it was at.
A lesser used trail headed east.
So there's a lot of direct.
The lesser used trail.
It's so hard to
going
see.
Back west.
I'm going to go to the beginning after this and look at it again.
To the pipeline.
Very informative video.
Used trail going east.
Definitely go give the creator a sub. And here's
towards the crime
here's
scene.
the link to the video as well.
The lesser used
cool.
trail.
Thank you, Tennessee. I appreciate that.
Picturing east. Now south. Lesser used trail. Picturing the crime scene. From north to south. Up Turtle Hill. Now looking south. Marker for diagrams. Tree on east
Thank you,
bank
Cherry.
to tree on west bank. The trees on west bank. The initials M.E.
Whoa.
carved in the tree
What?
at the crime scene.
What is M.E.? So they could go back or something and like.
In the south of the crime scene, looking south up Turtle Hill.
Wow, this is a crazy case.
Crime scene, shooting north. The tree of reference.
You know, in 1993, that probably looked damn
Next
good
tree of
too for
reference.
clarity. We're so spoiled nowadays.
Tree of reference. Going back north now, tree line. Shooting east. Southeast.
This is crazy.
That'll be the end of the ditch line out into the 10-mile bayou. Across the bank now, up Turtle Hill. Shooting south. Top of Turtle Hill, west of the area. Tree with initial on it. Initial appears to be M.E. Shooting west. Now northwest. Police tape where the well-used trail is. The area northwest where Blue Beacon is. North. Back to reference tree.
What's Sweet dreams.
Looking north.
Thank you. This was like 93, I think. '93. Oh my
West.
gosh! Come on, StreamYard. Jeez. Okay. Whoa. That was the end of that. All right. Let me check my email real quick. And definitely go. That was a very informative. Oh my gosh, StreamYard. It keeps bugging. Wow. Yes, good night, everybody. Slim Skittles has a show. Hold on. Slim Skittles has a show coming up. Is that 2 p.m. Eastern? Long Island, SK. And then doing Idaho 4 after that. So definitely check her out too. All right, let me check my email. So there's somebody that, let's see, drove. Okay, which one is it? Tennessee Sweetheart. Is it? I got the West Memphis 3. Ah, okay. It's got to be that one. Let's see here. And thank you for that link. I believe it's. Yeah, I watch him, Scott on tape. Yeah, awesome. I'm already subscribed to him. I watch him. Yes, yes. I have a question though. Is he the type that's? Oh my gosh, StreamYard, dang man, dude, this shit's bugging out. What the heck? Good night, Kib Kitty. This is crazy. So I'm not going to check out the whole thing, okay? Oh. Won't be checking out the whole thing. We will check out just certain parts. So I will put the link to the video in the description. Let me get the link for the creator. And then I can put that in there 1 second. Yeah, I do enjoy this guy. He's cool. Does a lot of tours. So here's the page, Scott on Tape. And we'll check out some of this. And then I'm going to go ahead and end the show. It's StreamYard's being crazy with all these tabs I have to have open for the show right now. So we'll get into the truth and transparency call, or not the call, but the interview on the next episode. So if you do watch it, take some timestamps of certain points of the interview that you want me to focus on, and we'll go to those parts too. And plus, you know, a lot of you are heading off to bed here soon too as well. So yeah, we'll cover that on the next one. And then I'm gonna eat after I get done, and I'm gonna come back for members only for a little while. I'm going to play my police simulator game tonight for a little bit on members only. So after the show is over, here in about 20 minutes or so after the show is over. If you still want to hang out, yeah, they have that Enon interview on live right now. Yeah. But we'll be. I was gonna. It started at 9:30, so it's like an hour already into it, and I was just gonna start from the beginning, because I'm sure it's probably gonna be ending here soon, in probably 20 minutes or so. But I love her. You know, we're good. Always appreciate truth and transparency. It sucks I couldn't be there for the live tonight. There's a lot of other content creators I'm not always able to be there. Um, but uh, I'll always be there to support no matter what, even if I'm doing my show. And I'm always about hanging out on other channels as well. So even if it's a night that I'm on a show or something, I'm always down for even the night I have a show, hanging out on another show. I enjoy that. I'm always about putting out a community post to go hang out somewhere else for a night. It's always cool. Good times. Yeah, we'll be checking that out on the next episode. And man, I mean, this is a topic on its own. So this is Scott on tape. And yeah, I'll be doing some police simulator members only after this. I'll put out a notification for it. I gotta eat something though. Okay, so this is. All right, I gotta not play that music, and then we'll go. Once he gets on there, we'll go ahead and undo the mute. It looks like he's gonna go into it right away. Great channel though. Definitely go sub. I just can't play the music. Okay, so it's right by. It looks like this sign. No, thank you all for your links and your information. Okay. So is this like the buildings around there? I'm gonna save this to my playlist too. October 2021. Thank you all for your information.
Today, here I am on the grounds of what used to be called the Blue Beacon Truck Wash. I'm going to tell you the story.
And I'm going to put the closed captioning up there just because with all these tabs right now, StreamYard's kind of getting buggy. It does that sometimes when you have all these tabs for a live show. I really need to get like 2 monitors so I can do like it really is. I didn't realize like how many people use multiple monitors. I'm sitting here using one. No wonder it's so damn hard.
Story of the West Memphis 3, and I'm going to do it in a way that I can, the best way I can, which is I'm going to give you the basics. This is a big case. There's so many people involved, so many locations involved. I find, and a lot of you have probably seen the documentaries, a movie made about it with Reese Witherspoon. There's been so much about this case. It's everywhere. Johnny Depp, Natalie Maines, Eddie Vedder, various celebrities are involved with it. So what I want to do is, I'm going to show you some of the locations. But when you hear West Memphis 3, it's referring to the 3 teenagers that were falsely accused. Some say still that they did do it. They're out of prison now after serving 18 years. Now, the West Memphis 3 refers to them. But for me, the West Memphis 3.
And again, he said it, there are some people as well that believe there's still guilt. So please, I would like to explore both sides of the argument. So if you are watching, whether it's in live or on replay, please send me information, especially to Gmail or Twitter. and I'll explore that side of that side of it, of the opinions and the whole court case and all of those things, the evidence and everything. I want to hear why you feel there's guilt. We have a lot of information on why there is none, and I would like to also have information where you feel there is, and we will explore that on the next segment. Like you said, you know, there's also people that still think that there's guilt as well. One of the family members, or both of one of the victims, uh, the parents feel that they're not necessarily innocent. So definitely like to explore that part too.
Years. Now, the West Memphis 3 refers to them. But for me, the West Memphis 3 should refer to the 3 boys, 3 8-year-old boys that were murdered right over here. So I'm going to show you the locations, tell you what happened to the boys, and then encourage you to read more about the case. And you can read about other suspects. I'm going to take you to a place where one suspect was seen. Talk a little bit about the 3 teenage boys that were accused. But I mean, there's family members. There's other teenagers in the town. There's a whole, this story has so many layers. It would take hours. Now, one thing, back in the 90s and 80s, there's something called a satanic panic, which was going around, which I'm jumping right across right now. That's where the truck wash used to be. I'll get into that in a moment. But the satanic panic was people believing that there are people worshiping the devil, secret societies, things like that. And it was all about J.D. Jones, Geraldo, and all that sort of thing. That's basically what happened here. This town got caught up in this is West Memphis, I think I said. West Memphis, Arkansas. And Memphis is right across the bridge. So the 3 teenage boys that were accused got caught up in that. Anyway, where I'm standing right now used to be called the Blue Beacon Truck Wash. I've seen every documentary made about this, every movie. I've been wanting to do this video for over 4 years, since I started YouTube. I'm finally here, and it's overwhelming. Completely overwhelming being here. But I'm going to do my best. So right here, this is where a truck wash used to be. And I've seen a lot of truck washes on my way, on my travels through the United States.
Holy crap.
It's essentially exactly what it sounds. Bring your truck in, you roll it down into a building, they wash your truck. Look at that truck, and that one. You're going to see a million of them. And right here, see what we can see from here.
I'm sorry, StreamYard's being buggy.
This was an area called the Robin Hood Hills. And it used to be much more heavily forested than it is now. It looks like I'm not going to be able to get across there. I'm going to have to drive over there to show you what I want to show you.
That's an interesting part too. Hold on. Fucking StreamYard, man. Holy shit. Okay, so that's... Wow. And then right at a truck wash, what'd they do? Wash the frickin' DNA? Oh my gosh, I can't imagine.
Over there, I'll show you what I want to show you. But this was all forest. And there's a little ravine going right through there over to a drainage ditch that we're going to go over to. Now the ravine has been filled in.
Okay.
Teenagers came here, kids came here to play. The Devil's Den, they called it. Hard to see now, but it's probably about right there. And that's where 3 8-year-old boys were found murdered.
Wow.
This is in May of 1993. They were hog-tied, left hand to left foot, right hand to right foot, all three of them. And they were discovered the next day. It all happened right here. Stevie Branch, Chris Byers, Michael Moore. 3 innocent young men, brutally murdered, left naked, cold, drowned in the water. Beaten, stabbed, drowned. I'm going to take you over there. Right over there, there should be a drainage ditch still there with like a little sewer going across where their bikes were found. 2 of the bikes, because I believe the other boy was on a skateboard. You can still see a bit of water down in here, but not much. Let's take a drive over there and see if I can figure out how to get there, because right here a fence begins. But I might be able to get over there through the back way. Let me take a look. Heavily fenced on this side. This would have been, as you can see, I don't know if you can see, but the barbed wire is going that way. That would have been to keep people from coming onto the truck wash property. But now it's more of a deterrent to keep people out of what this former Robin Hood Hills right there.
Just so I don't get slapped. Yeah. Yeah, I do. I love this channel. Oh, he's talking again. Hold on.
This should be the giant drainage area. Yeah. And there should be a bridge still here, a small bridge.
Oh,
and that's where their bikes were found.
poor kid.
That used to be all forest. So the river where they were found was right there. And there's the bridge where their bikes were found.
Wow. There's the pipe. Oh my gosh. Oh man. Wow.
As you can imagine, when 3 young boys go missing in a small town like this, there's going to be search parties, people looking for them.
Oh, wow.
One police officer responded to the call, wrote a report, left. Then she got another call about same officer responding to a man that had wandered into a restaurant at Bojangles, it's called. Just over here. Bloodied, muddied, wet, and went into the women's washroom and left. The police officer responded to that call. She took a statement from the employees. She knew the boys were missing at this point. Took the statement from the employees through the drive-through window. Didn't get out of her car. The gentleman had just left on foot. She didn't go looking for him. He's a suspect. A big one. All the evidence at that scene was cleaned up. And what they could recover has now been lost to time. I'm going to take you to that restaurant now. It still stands. It's something else. But right here is where the crime is believed to have been committed.
Wow.
Some people think that they were killed somewhere else and then brought here. They were seen going into these woods on their bikes.
Okay.
They never came out.
Man, but that car wash.
I personally think they were murdered down in here. Evidence and blood washed away in the water.
Oh, man.
that's my theory as to who did it. I think that the person who wandered into the restaurant bloodied and muddied, because police came again to investigate later on after they'd been down here investigating, and they were muddy. And one of the employees said a lot like
Really?
his clothes looked a lot like yours, all muddied and wet.
Wow.
So there's plenty of suspects, and like I said, the families of the boys. I just drove you through the neighborhood here. This is their neighborhood. The families of the boys all.
Wow.
There's sketchiness involved. I'm not saying anything about them in terms of if they did anything, but you will dig deeper into this story. You'll read about the family members, some of the parents, and it's just nuts and so sad. But I honestly feel like the victims, these three young boys, they're not remembered. I am going to take you to a memorial to them, though, that's in town.
Wow.
Somewhere around here. But I feel like they're not remembered enough. The focus is always on the crime and the gruesomeness and the salaciousness and of who did it. But what about we want justice for them, yes, but what about Stevie, Christopher, and Michael? And it just breaks my heart.
Right.
It was right over here.
Well said. Well said.
There, and across two major streets, two factories. If the person who killed those little boys came to this restaurant, this is it. This is the former Bojangles. I mean,
right there.
The murders are suspected to have taken place sometime after 7 p.m. And they got the call about this man after 8. So the timeline adds up. But I just made the drive. It's a bit of a...
Wow.
It's a very different... Unless you took streets, if you walk directly, it's almost directly that way. The crime scene. But there's fences and barbed wire. I'm assuming they're back then. They were there too. And then there was buildings, like warehouses. You can see some right back there. I don't know. But this is the former Bojangles right here.
Are you serious?
And it looks like it's still...
And that was not followed up on?
And you can see the washrooms back there, the restrooms. Yeah, this place is empty, but came in here and went to those back restrooms and went into the ladies' restroom, the suspect.
Wow.
Wherever he is now, nobody knows.
Wow.
So this is the back of Weaver Elementary, and school's in session. So I'm not going to take any shots of the front of the building. This is the back of the building because there's a million kids. They are fascinated by my hair, which is really cute. This is called the Weaver Reading Grove in memory of Steve Branch, Christopher Byers, Michael Moore. Do your best, Cub Scout motto, May 1993. Right here. It's right beside the playground, and I'm not going to turn to the left any more than I am because there are kids playing.
Right.
But you can see it's a beautiful little grotto. The assistant principal, not vice principal, the assistant principal, just came out and met me as I was walking to my car way over there, and I was going to come back and do this after the kids' lunch. She came running out. Said, "You walk fast? Here, why don't you come with me?" And she walked me over. Really, really sweet. Everybody that works here. And yeah, this is heavy stuff. This is little gazebo, a beautiful little memorial to the boys. And this is all this neighborhood is where they lived, all around here. I believe that's the junior high. And heavy stuff. This is little gazebo.
That's such... I just want to pause it on there real quick. That is such a that's a really cool picture. Man, that's so cool. Something simple, but something that's special too. I just wanted to pause it on there real quick. And we'll be ending the show here in a few minutes.
A beautiful little memorial to the boys. And this is all this neighborhood is where they lived, all around here. I believe that's the junior high. And where they were tragically murdered was just over that way, not too far at all.
Wow.
Walking distance.
Wow.
Easily. This is a very small little area. So I'm going to start at the beginning, just give a brief overview of the case and what happened afterwards. It was May 5th, 93.
Okay. And I'll go ahead and share this link again. Definitely go check out this episode. Show some love on it. Hit a like on the episode. If you're not subbed to Scott on Tape, please do. Does a lot of these. Anybody you can think of. I've been subbed to this gentleman for a long time. Does great work. Man, he's amazing. I would love to collab with so many different people that do just amazing work. It would be so awesome. I just want to say thank you to him for his hard work and his efforts. And I'm going to go ahead and end the show for tonight. I'll put out a link or a notification tomorrow sometime in the morning if I am getting on in the evening. And if I am getting on the lounge channel, I will put out a notification, a community post with the link to the show. So you can look for that if I am going to be on the lounge, in the lounge tomorrow night. And I'm going to eat some food here. And then I'm going to do a little members only shift on Police Simulator for a little bit after that. And then I got some work to do on the vehicle early in the morning. And so I'll let you guys know. Thank you all for hanging out tonight to explore when it comes to this. And I do want to hear the other side as well. I'd like to explore that also. So thank you all for your company, your conversation. I appreciate you so much. Hope you have a peaceful and positive night. And I will see you next time. Good night, everybody. Thank you, Pam. I appreciate that.